Like a fire, like a fire, fire. Don't do something like a fire. Like a fire, like a fire, fire. Don't do something like a fire, like a fire. Let's get some water. Oh, hello. How's everybody doing today? How are you guys feeling? How are you guys doing? How are you guys just behaving? You guys are doing well. Okay. Uh. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? Shukaku makes 1,000 clones. Metal spikes. Okay. Makes 1,000 clones. Reaches Sasuke and Kimimaru. Ninetales amp state. Makes 1,000 clones again. Clones don't do anything against. Just got done with a 6-hour long test. Well, damn. How are you feeling after the test, man? How's it hanging after that test? Holy shit, 6 hours. I remember taking one of those. Okay. Let's put up Naruto, let's put up One Piece. I'm probably gonna try to finish off the portions of Naruto that I don't have left. We're really gonna try to grind out this week. Okay, so we're done with this arc. Library, Naruto. Okay, so this is for the Sasuke retrieval arc. So let's just go back real quick. Open a new tab. Rescue Kazekage. Open a new tab. Tenchi Bridge. Open a new tab. And then we're going to finish it off with Rasen Shuriken training. How's everybody doing? How is thoughts on Megumi slander? I get why people do it, but usually their reasoning isn't always as sound as they think it is. But I think that's fine. I wouldn't expect people to understand the explicit intricacies of Gege Akutami's writing. This is not a series like Bleach, after all, where you actually have to put in more than 2 brain cells to understand what Gege Akutami is trying to go through. Or something like that. I don't know. What's up, One Smart? Vax proteins, which are intricate. In this state, they can dissolve the chakra proteins. Yeah. Okay, Kimimaru makes the whole thing. Kimimaru. Okay, I do have to add the Tenten, the Tamari. Blows away. Summon. What chapter was this? 214. Let's go to 214 real quick so I can get a couple more. What do you plan? When about do you plan for this video to come out? Ideally, I plan for the video to come out by the end of this year, within the next 15 or so days. I'm gonna try to crunch time the rest of like the chapters that I need to get this week. I'll just say that regardless of whether or not, regardless of the work that I did last week, I want to see if I can get this out of the way. I feel like I still ended up wasting too much time last week. So we are going to... Yeah, Gaara's also fighting in like a more proactive way. What is that form? Okay. No longer with Kimura last, it should be fine for I treated him the best I could. Too many, there's still too little information. And I've only had... Yeah, Sansunami's pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Jeff? How you doing? Do you ever plan on someday making Warlords versus the Akatsuki? That video is going to be way too one-sided. It's going to be like a 30-minute video of me just talking about why the Warlords absolutely curb stomped the Akatsuki and why Obito would probably be like the last one standing in an all-out fight. Well, last one of the Akatsuki anyway. But he doesn't beat the likes of Dofi, Mihawk, yeah, probably Boa Hancock. I think that account was last. The Kaguya-kun, the last stop. It's just the last stop in a bloody history. The whole clan's been wiped out when challenged the great nation of fire on their own. They rescued only the youngest and most promising of the lot. The last of the clan, the Kaguya clan, was in clutch of rubble. I'll definitely take these just for other purposes later. Yeah. The era of the bloody thirsty beast herds has long passed. The times have changed. Fighting against the well-governed body with only the weight of the weight of force to show yourself in the final task of rushing down to well-hardened death. Thought it was a waste of a lot of time. Who could resist this? Is a rare Keke Genkai. Those strong, firm bones, a defensive skill to fend in any form. As often as goes, but he can turn those bones into spike. His Transhield truly is the perfect defense. It takes no more than one fight to see that usual form and should have possibly penetrated. Okay. And Luffy, if Naruto were to be equal, shouldn't that mean that Luffy can just copy the Shadow Clone Jutsu the same way he copied Soru? I mean, you can probably try to make the argument, but I don't know how Luffy would just start to figure out. I mean, Luffy's the type of character that can, like, figure out stuff as he sees his opponents do it, but I feel like he still needs, like, the building blocks of it. It wasn't like he just figured out observation hockey. He was basically going back through all of his training with, like, it's not like Luffy just figured out Future Sight, right? Like, he had to go through all of his previous training with observation hockey to do it. They talked about, I pulled together the densest minerals in the soil, used my chakra to apply pressure and kneaded them into sand. This move of yours, the Keke Genkai, yes, of the Kaguya kind, the power I alone possess, indeed, it must have ravaged illness today's extinguished Lord Martin's ambition. I carried my part out of the plan. For that I shall remain forever in his heart. How sad. I've too many big moves. Chakra is precious. No, not Kimimaro. He's nothing to me now. Sasuke must have his arrival any way I can. He will find a way or he'll kill her. Or I will find him first, he will find me, or I will find him first. Master always used to say, you mean, a big part of skill is luck. He wasn't meddling. Just because something's special doesn't mean it's good, I can find. Even if you know he's evil, you can just overcome your own solitude. Yeah, okay. Check your Fortnite locker on December 21st. All right, I'll if you can I'll put it like a reminder in actually. Let me after Bleach, what series are you gonna crash out over? Probably not sure yet. We're probably not sure yet. All right, I think I have everything there. Large forest, summon. Punches Naruto several feet into the water. Sasuke punches Naruto several feet into the water. I'd have to find like a series that's also fucking terrible. I don't know, man. I don't really have that kind of like issue with most series. You'd have to give me something that like is pretty dog shit that for whatever reason I feel like I have some kind of inclination to try and finish. Sasuke punches Naruto several meters into water. Naruto makes a shadow clone ladder. Sasuke blitzes Naruto. Naruto makes a ninja ladder. Sasuke. What the fuck can I do with this stuff? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Naruto makes a ninja ladder. Base Sasuke blitzes base Naruto. You want me to do Baki crash out? I can probably read through. I don't know if I'm gonna read through Baki, but I can at least like watch the series. He says you actually been waiting for this, haven't you? There's Kakashi's soccer. There's no one above it. I'll say it once more. I'm going to kill you. Naruto needs clone to hurl. What the fuck? Why isn't it typing? Naruto needs clone to hurl. Also, the Ghost Story sub instead of dub. No, I'm definitely gonna. If I ever watch Ghost Stories, I'm watching that shit. I'm watching that shit dubbed, dude. There's no way I'm watching that shit subbed. I heard the dub is absolutely insane. I heard people really like how funny and unhinged it is. I'd be down for it. You're my closest friends, that's why he said to me, Sasuke, and that's why I had to test it with the aid of my new Rasengan. Curse mark CM V1 Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto mid-air again. Mid-air again. And jabs a Chidori straight through his chest. Naruto endures a Chidori straight through his shoulder button. 90 chakra healed the... Oh, it's your birthday today, Noistering. Happy birthday, dude. Happy birthday, man. Have a good one. Shit. Hope your day is special. I hope that today, you know, you feel all the blessings and love from your friends and family. Dude, that is such a wonderful thing. Happy freaking birthday, Noistering. Love that for you, dude. Chakra healed. Power, where did it come from? Healed the wound. Naruto blitz Sasuke back while in a Nine-Tails state. Dude, Fireball Jutsu sucks, by the way. Damn, how do you add people properly? You said you just finished watching a Naruto vs. Luffy video. Where can you watch it? What editing software do I use? I use Vegas, though I've been considering probably switching off of Vegas to Adobe Premiere. I think the only thing is that like Adobe Premiere, like there's like another learning curve to like properly using all of the tools, but I heard that like you can make stuff come out so much better. Fireball Jutsu, he roars it away. Sasuke with the Sharingan. Naruto blows away. Fireball, Jutsu, and blitzes. Why the fuck does it automatically send it? Who do you think is stronger between Orange Mask, Obito, Pain, and Sekitachi? I'll put my money on Pain. I'll always put my money on Pain. Orange Mask Obito has like no feats. Eon Keyboard has become my white noise. Now I need it to sleep. That's super funny. I wasn't sure if like the keyboard noises were pissing anybody off. I mean, I'm glad that some people are getting enjoyment out of it. Yeah, and Sasuke goes into his whole thing. Sasuke unlocks third Tomoe Sharingan. Three Tomoe can now keep up with. Can now visually keep up with Naruto. His follow-up movement. About getting background noise in your streams. They're so quiet, I occasionally have to check if it died. Ah, you mean my streams? Are my streams really that low? Oh. How far would Usopp go into Naruto? I've never personally scaled Usopp. I've mentioned this a couple of times on previous streams. Knowing One Piece scaling usually, at least for me, usually boils down to stuff like Luffy and some of the heavy hitters. Characters like Usopp and Nami, I'm a lot more iffy on. If you like me to check Usopp out at some point, I'd be more than willing to do it, but how do I put it? It wouldn't be right now. Red Aura. Sasuke overwhelms Naruto. Overwhelms Naruto. Oh, you haven't scaled the strongest character in One Piece? No. I'm saving that for later. Why would I scale the strongest character in One Piece when I can just scale some fodder-ass character like Luffy? Awakens. Hey, Jeff, we're up to 13 months. Jump fest to this. Hope you get some fire news. Yeah, is it this week, right? Awakens, one-tailed cloak. Close in power to the C curse mark V2. Close in power to the curse mark V2. Lovely. Did you see the Joy Boy hockey knot? I saw a clip of it. I haven't watched One Piece in a minute. I really have not watched One Piece in a minute. My boy he and I just never find the time to like sit down and just catch up on all the episodes. The last thing I think he and I saw was the entrance of the 5 elders, and that was kind of it. I see you do possess some special power. Sasuke can barely keep up. Sasuke can barely keep up visually. And can't see... Naruto. Yeah, I'd like to know the release schedule for the next JoJo part. I'd really like to know. Obito is shown alongside Madara when they attack the Shinobi line, so you could argue they have the same realist. I also guess it depends if Pain's works in Kamui. Well, I've seen an argument before about Pain versus Obito. The thing about Obito is that the Orange Mask version has, like, no good speed feats. Especially if you are one of those people that believe that the Kamui activates on its own without Obito needing to do anything, which means it wouldn't be faster than A, and it wouldn't necessarily mean that he's faster than A, and it wouldn't necessarily mean that he's fast enough to keep up with particle style, more so just the Kamui itself triggers. If we're talking Pain versus Obito, like, if it's a 3-way, don't even ask me at that point. I was watching a video, or I think it was like a stream from Six from Tokyo. It was like one of his videos. He was talking about Pain versus Obito, and he made a lot of sense with a lot of his claims for Pain. Like,
Sure, you could say that Obito has Kamui and the Kamui dimension, but what does he really do against any of the pains, right? Because it's like you have 6 characters that you might be able to argue most of them are like, you could potentially argue that most of them are actually weaker than him, but the issue with like Obito versus Orange Mask Obito specifically is that he doesn't really have like any feats of his own, any strength feats, anything like that to like really make the claim that he can even hit as hard as any of these guys. You might be able to argue about the stuff from like Obito's past when he crushed the giant boulder, but that was also him being amped by Guru when he got like the full Zetsu like armor around him. If we let's say like he traps like 1 or 2 of the fucking pains into the Kamui dimension, right? Well, he can always just reverse summon them back with the animal path. Well, what if he sticks the animal path inside the Kamui dimension and tries to solo her? She just summons all of the pain paths into the Kamui dimension alongside him, or she summons like most of them. Like, what if he tries to turn himself intangible? Well, if he's got any of the pains inside, it is automatic, but teleporting in and out of Kamui should scale to his reaction time. Yeah, but he's not teleporting in and out of Kamui, he's just bypassing everything. He's just phasing through. It also doesn't per se scale him into his reaction time, and we know that for a fact because we know that Madara literally said, "My TSO are faster than your ability to teleport into the Kamui dimension." Madara literally makes a whole claim. I'm curious, wouldn't Obito be able to leave the door dimension, mirror world, or even the book world, but not Uda's world due to being a higher plane? I think it depends. The mirror world I'm okay with. The door world I'm okay with. The mirror world I'm okay with. The book dimension that one's a bit weird, but the Uta's world isn't so much a higher dimension. She's literally just put you to sleep. He pulled Sasuke in before he got destroyed by particle style. He did do that, didn't he? Yeah. But how fast is particle style? Because Sasuke was in there for like a good bit before he got disintegrated. I guess it's relatively about as fast as however long it takes to like catch somebody inside particle style. But how fast is particle style? How far are you in collecting One Piece scans? Let's check that out real quick. One Piece. Didn't it land on Madara? Yeah, but Madara also let himself take it, so I don't know why that matters. He literally says, I wanted to literally make you all lose your will to fight by seeing the first Hokage's face, but I guess that didn't work. Okay, so we got East Blue. I need Little Garden. I don't have Little Garden. I don't have Little Garden. I don't think I have Whiskey Peaks. Do I have this stuff in the Whiskey Peaks portion? Okay, so I have, I guess, like the important... I only have to add like a couple of the important parts of Whiskey Peaks, which I can do later today. I basically need everything between this and Crocodile and Luffy fighting for like Alabasta. So I basically need the entirety of Little Garden, Drum Kingdom, and everything in Alabasta. And then I need the Skypiea stuff, but I think you guys already helped me with a good portion of that. Long Ring Long. Do I have anything from Long Ring Long? Nope. I'm gonna need Long Ring Long as well. All the Foxy stuff. Water 7. I don't think I need anything but the Luffy, Lucci, and everybody else shit that I can just kind of get on my own time. Fuck, man. One Piece is so fucking long. I am going to probably need a good portion of Thriller Bark. Like, this whole week is just going to be me gathering the One Piece stuff, so we got to get this through this. I got a good chunk of the Skypiea scans on the library. Yeah, no, most of this stuff from the Skypiea, I think it's everything that you put in. Morning Eon, saw some crazy posts on Reddit, people claiming Naruto is better hand-to-hand combat than Luffy. Your thoughts? Probably. If you're talking about, like, normal human hand-to-hand combat, then yeah. If you're talking, like, normal martial arts, I'd put my money on Naruto. If you're talking, like, fictional combat styles, like the one Luffy's developed for his Gum Gum Fruit, yeah, he'd probably beat the brakes off of Naruto. What speed did you give East Blue Luffy? In terms of combat speed, I can show you real quick. In terms of combat speed, Luffy is capable of reacting to cannon fire, but most importantly, he's able to react to explosions. Though this doesn't necessarily mean that he is fast enough to run at the speed of these attacks, since, you know, at least throughout these portions of the story, Luffy isn't so much of a speedster, at least as far as, again, running speed would go, since I think his best movement speed feat, in my opinion, is actually the feat where he slingshots himself to like block bullet fire, which is like subsonic when he uses Gum Gum Rocket. But that doesn't really matter. In terms of combat speed, it doesn't really matter because at least as far as like the early portions of the fights will go, Luffy's combat speed is kind of the only thing he really needs. He tanks an explosion straight to the chest right here. He tanks an explosion straight to the chest that blows up on him. And in the middle of this singular attack, he basically shattered Don Krieg's spears, and he says he landed 5 punches in between it. Which means Luffy has to have a speed. By the way, the average explosion is around Mach 2.5 to Mach 5, Mach 10. I think we looked it up before. What is this? They all depend. Let me be clear about that. They all really do differ. Speed of explosions. Somewhere around 1,700 meters per second to 3,000 meters per second, and solid explosions often have detonation velocity ranges between 4,000. Solid explosions, I don't know what the fuck is a solid explosion. Well, anyway, if you go by at least like a low ball to a mid ball of like how fast that is, give me a second. Versus Battle Wiki stats. There we go. What is it? Let me lower this real quick. 1,700 meters per second. By the way, the top thing right here, this column right here, I'm making sure to be as consistent as possible with it. This column right here is meters per second. This column implies that it is anywhere between Mach 5 to Mach 10. Somewhere between Mach 5 to Mach 10. Luffy had to have been 5 times faster Luffy had to have been 5 times faster than said explosion, which probably puts him around Mach 25, which if you do 1,715 times 5, you'd get around like what, 8,575. Yeah, it's around Mach 25 to Mach 50. That's already like way faster than anything I could really get for Naruto characters. That's really already way faster in terms of combat speed. Yes, Naruto and the others do technically evade explosions, but usually they get either hit by the explosion somewhat, or the explosion doesn't go off until they're already moving away. You can kind of see this with some of the paper bomb moments, where you can see that the explosion of the paper bomb, or you can see like the paper bomb's already like lighting up as then you see an explosion, and then you see the characters like evading the explosion or like getting out of its blast range. So they do see like the paper bombs at least light up first. If anything, Gaara's sand is like the only one that like legitimately moves into an explosion faster than the explosion itself, since it explodes. Explosion plus a 1-ton spear. Just today realized One Piece is long. Listen, for the perspective of like trying to get as much information out of the story as possible, yes. I was today years old when I found out One Piece is very long. Don't you have all the Dressrosa I gave you back in May? Let's check out the drive. I don't have everything in Dressrosa. I have these clips right here. I just have some of the Don Chinjao and the Don Krieg stuff. Let's check out the library real quick. Dressrosa, do we have everything? Let's see. I think I already have all of this. Actually, let me double check real quick. I got you real quick. Yes, I have all of these. They are in the same format. 8498. Yeah, no. These are literally the scans you gave me. They're just not everything in there. Have you seen JJK? So yeah, the Mahoraga pull-up was fucking crazy. Yeah, no, I think that JJK Modulo is actually really interesting and really thought-provoking. I really do like it. I genuinely recommend it if any of you care about JJK in the slightest bit. Who's your scan dealer? My mods in Portions and some of the other channel members. They're helping me get through all the scans because I had them before, but I lost my data bank, so I just kind of lost everything. His combat speed drastically improves when you learn Soru. Luffy's easily dodging attacks from Buggy, who can dodge bullets without looking, and the same Luffy, who blitzes Buggy, can't even percept Kuro. I personally say Luffy is stronger than most people would expect. He's got killer reaction time. I mean, he's always had it, so I'd say, yeah, give Naruto a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, no, from the very start. Solid explosions or solid matter like ground building. Okay. Gas explosions are self-explanatory. Liquid explosions. Okay, that's fair. The great data burner has affected his community for months. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sans? The humorous puny bone? That's a really funny name. I also gave the punk hazards, but it really isn't up to scale for Luffy in that arc. It's all right. I do actually need to go through punk hazard myself just to like really catch up on that, because is it true that Captain Kuro's relativistic speed with Shakushi? Because I read somewhere that it's stated to be equal in speed to CP9. Well, it kind of depends on how you choose to perceive it. You can argue that it's the same speed, as in like the same kind of speed that it would grant the rest of the forms. Because here's the thing, not every single member of CP9 is equal in speed. As a matter of fact, Khalifa, who is also the weakest in terms of Doriki, which is once again physical ability, is also the slowest off of all the members. If what Oda meant is like it grants the same speed as CP9, it's probably granting the same level of like movement speed as CP9, which I think is honestly the most fair. But I would be lying here if I said that, like, I thought that Kuro was... You can buy Kuro being as fast as Khalifa. I'm not okay with it, because that would just mean that Luffy's movement speed would be around the light speed ranges to relativistic ranges by this point. I don't know if I would agree with that. Yeah, he also can't see it. That is also a thing. He moves so fast, he physically can't perceive it, but... It's like, what do you want me to tell you at that point, right? Like, if you want to say that Luffy is relativistic in speed because you want to interpret it that way, listen, I'm not going to tell you no. I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong. Like, it's up to you, honestly, at that point, right? Sasuke keeps using the fire style fireball jutsu and just is not doing anything with it. Sasuke's fireball jutsu. Sasuke's fireball jutsu is 0 for 5. As a matter of fact, I gotta look this up real quick. I know we were past this, but I really need to look at like I really need to look at the Chunin exams. There is no way in fucking hell that Sasuke is like 0 for 5 with his dog water ass jutsu, bruh. Not the Phoenix Flower jutsu, not the blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay. How many jutsu do we skip? How many portions of this do we skip? We delete this. Oh, fuck. There we go. One of these assholes fight the... Alright, we're gonna do like what? A chapter 49, 41, 49, 50? No, this was the Dragon Flame technique. That was the Dragon Flame technique. Ah! That is so trash. Dude, that is so fucking trash. Oh, that's so funny. Dude, Fire style fireball jutsu from fucking Sasuke Uchiha is like 0 for 5 in part 1 Naruto. Holy shit, this jutsu has done, and I mean this in the most objective metric possible, nothing. This jutsu is the Getsuga Tensho of Naruto. Oh my fucking god. That's so funny. Yo, there is no way in hell. There is like actually no way in fucking hell this jutsu ended up doing nothing. Dude, I'm fucking in tears, man. Ah, that is so funny. Like, I'm really out here thinking like, oh yeah, it's a fireball jutsu, right? Like, the fireball jutsu's sick. Why would this jutsu ever be at? No, it just, it got Itachi. Like, if we're talking specifically out of, like, the early portion of Naruto, like, jutsus, I'm talking about pre-time skip. Sasuke's fireball jutsu is like 0 and 5. Let's see, we got this moment. We got the moment versus Haku. We got this moment right here. He doesn't do it in the tuning exams until like the very latter half when he fights Gaara, and it just doesn't do a single goddamn thing. Let's see. He got it in not Dressrosa. We need one Naruto. Land of Waves. He just okay. Right here. Number 1 use right here. Fire style, fireball jutsu against Kakashi, right? Doesn't do a single damn thing. Okay, cool. Then let's go to the fire style, fireball jutsu against, what's his face? Against Haku. And he says, that pitiful flame will barely touch my ice. Literally does not do anything against the ice. Doesn't even, barely starts to melt it, right? That was the second time. All right, let's go to the tuning exams, right? He doesn't use it whatsoever up until what? He's fighting Gaara, was it? Yeah, when he's fighting Gaara. He uses it against Gaara, and Gaara covers himself. Now he's 0 for fucking 3. Let's see what else we got. We go back to Naruto. We got the Itachi, not the Itachi pain arcs. We got the Search for Tsunade arc where Sasuke never uses the fireball jutsu until like the very fucking end when he tries to fight Naruto. And what does he do? Fire style fireball jutsu. Oh, wait, look at that. Naruto blew it away with a Rasengan. Oh man, that is such a powerful and interesting jutsu. Wait a second, guys. Let's look at the Sasuke retrieval arc. You know, the arc where Sasuke is finally at the strongest he'll ever be in part fucking 1. Let's see. Naruto, baby boy, why are you trying to go after Sasuke? He doesn't give a shit about you. Anyone else would have cut these ties. Wonderfully. Oh, look at that. The Phoenix Flower Jutsu? Well, that's not the Fireball Jutsu. That's a different jutsu. And then Sasuke does the thing, and then he attacks Naruto. Then Naruto screams away the Fireball Jutsu. And then, like Ichigo Kurosaki before him, Sasuke seems to have pretty terrible pattern recognition, because now he seems to be incapable of attacking Naruto or realizing that, oh man, if I use the Fireball Jutsu, which I am now 0 for fucking 6 on, I should probably stop using this goddamn jutsu. Holy shit. Yeah, Sasuke probably should have switched to lightning jutsu. No wonder he switched to lightning jutsu. Yeah, that's a pretty good joke. I'm gonna throw that into the video. One will save the other, will attack you. Which one do you choose? Bro, I'd probably still choose the fucking fireball jutsu. No, I haven't seen Meat Cannon's video on Naruto. I don't think I like Meat Cannon's art style. It's kind of gross. If I remember right, I really don't like it. Or if they're the person I'm thinking that they are. Kabaji's fire breathing versus Sasuke's fireball jutsu, which is strong. I don't know who the fuck is Kabaji. Okay. It's really funny. I believe it. Alright. So, after going into it, yeah, I'm really gonna have to talk about why the fireball jutsu is trash, dude. Fuck me. It's 0 for 6. Let me count that again. Twice in the first arc. Once against Gaara. Once against Naruto. Twice more against Naruto. Yeah, 6 goes. 0 for 6. Sasuke's fireball jutsu is 0 for 6. What the fuck, man? Alright, there we go. Fireball jutsu is 0 for 6. Where the fuck were we? I was clicking through panels, right? Yeah, I was clicking through panels. Let's click through that. Let's click through that. Click through that. Oh, right here. Naruto pushes Sasuke away. Grabs him and punches him in the face. Naruto grabs Sasuke and punches him in face. Sasuke knocks away Naruto. Naruto drags Sasuke into foot of large stone statue and gets yeeted away by Sasuke's wing. Final clash results in Naruto losing. When you thought you were going to be pulled back in, wait, it gets a good Tensho come first or the Fireball? I would probably still put money on the Fireball Jutsu just because it seems to have a better win percentage, or at least do something percentage in the post-time skip era, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, that's it for everything Naruto Part 1. You know what we're gonna do, actually? You know what we're gonna do? Here. I'm gonna open up a second tab. I'm going to copy all of this, and I'm gonna throw this into a separate tab so I can just keep clicking back and forth. Tuning exams. Let's cut. Rename Naruto. Rename Naruto. Let's throw in, no, not the subtract. Luffy. There we go. Rename Luffy. And then, let's grab all of Luffy's shit. Which is... what do you think of Luffy's best match is? Since it clearly is in Naruto. Well, I've only really scaled One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, and JJK as far as I'm at now. I do know a little bit of Dragon Ball scaling, but I'm not comfortable enough with it to where like I can make any definitive claims. Granted, I don't think any one of the big three is actually universal, so it doesn't really matter in the first place. As far as Naruto goes, probably Kaguya. Kaguya is probably the strongest character in Naruto Luffy can fight. And, I'm not gonna lie to you, he can probably kick the ETSO away. Like, I'm not kidding when I say Luffy can probably make himself bigger than and also kick away the ETSO. Luffy, the only one in the big three to dodge all three types of explosions on average characters, mainly dodge solid-based explosions, which again are the slowest type. I don't know, man. It said right here that, like, solid explosions have a detonation velocity ranging between, like, 4,000 and 10,000. Like, it seems to be faster than regular detonations. It says solid explosives are faster. You willing to check out Gachakuta? I've already read a little bit of Gachakuta. Somebody actually paid me to check out the first couple of chapters. I'm down to actually read it. It did seem kind of interesting. I like the idea of like giving powers to objects around you. I think that's an interesting concept. He probably has a harder fight against adult Steven from Steven Universe. From the shit you've told me? Yeah, from the shit you've told me, yeah, I'd probably believe it. What is it? Lapis Lazuli absolutely curb stomps the verse, negative difficulty. Did you see a post about Raditz versus Naruto and Sasuke? It was crazy how people claim them outstated him, to me at least. It's fine. Luffy beating Kaguya? Yeah, I believe it. Well, besides the immortality thing, unless you think the Kaguya is just 100% immortal and she just doesn't take any damage. Well, she does take damage, but from an immortal standpoint. The only real issue with, like, Kaguya at this point is just the immortality stuff. I would probably argue that if, depending on how this new, like, anti-immortality hockey works, depending on how it's described or how it works, it's probably close. Currently, Luffy could beat anyone in Boruto. Most people in Boruto, sure. I can't speak on Damon or Ada. I can't speak on Damon or Ada, but at this point, there's kind of nothing within Boruto as far as what I've read that quantifies the characters to be any stronger or faster than what Luffy's at. Throws Luffy into another dimension, how would he get out? Probably wouldn't get out. You're probably right about that. I guess if we talking BFR, that makes sense. Alright. Okay. We're back onto this shit. Okay, so I did all the Naruto stuff up until then. Post time skip. Okay, now we have to go. Why does it stop typing? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why does it stop typing? I don't get why the fuck that happens. Whatever. Okay. End of pre-time skip. Post time skip. I guess I don't need to underline it, which is fine. Post time skip. Okay, what do we have for Naruto for post time skip? That was Sasuke retrieval. I think we got everything we needed from there. Why do people think Haki's strictly working on devil fruit powers and not others, like being able to interact with stands? Because it would probably be headcanon to say that a devil fruit user can interact with stands because of Haki. I don't verse equalize. I don't know. Naruto has a lot more hacks than One Piece, even though there are a lot. The Naruto series, not Naruto himself. I believe that. I mean, I could probably sit down and count all of the haxes. We could probably make a stream where we just do that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. Okay. Okay, for early training. Okay, for Bell's training. Some new air maneuverabilities plus instant transformation jutsu. Okay. First chance against. Okay. Against Kakashi doesn't really. I mean, I'm not gonna type in everything that they're doing here. None of this matters. Naruto no longer against Kakashi. Naruto. Come on. Against Kakashi. Naruto. Displays improvements. Improvements in clone utilization and transformation. Displays improvements. They fight Kakashi for. They fight Kakashi till nightfall. Kakashi, bell test against Kakashi. Using Sharingan. Okay. Transformation. Okay, it's almost 2 o'clock. We gotta pick up the speed. They fight till nightfall. Dude. They fight till nightfall. And outsmarted Kakashi. Cool. It's actually pretty impressive. Check out Toriko. Yeah, I've been told by one of my ex mods that I should check out Toriko. I'm really interested in it. I'm really interested in it. Okay. Let's see. Deidara's explosions. Deidara's. Does he ever state spider bombs can kill a person if they explode on face. Cool. Stands in JoJo's, rack strap, stuff like particle jutsu. Devil fruits are not considered a separate form of matter like chakra is. I don't know what that necessarily proves. Gaara has gotten unquantifiably faster. Gaara has become unquantifiably faster since pre-time skip. Deidara is constantly losing his arms. Like, doesn't that kind of get to anybody else? Holy shit. If that's the sand he uses for his lightning fast attacks, as well as his absolute defense, then the portion missing. Gaara uses surrounding village. Around village. Gaara. He can still block Deidara's explosions, which is fine. Deidara states perhaps underestimated, is chaseful with a doll molded from detonating clay chewed up by this. It's a prize containing C3 chakra. Village. Okay. Deidara states Gaara has lightning fast attacks. C3 bomb was going to blow up the sand. How big is the sand village? Is it stated anywhere what the size of the sand village is? Hidden village, one of the great leaders, surrounded desert, natural element against invasions, foreign powers, sandstorms, Sunagakure Valley, lift, 2 cliffs, Sunagakure itself lies fortified behind, cliffs of rocks with a passage between the 2 rocks, making the area very hard to attack from the ground. Buildings inside them are placed stucco. Inside the standard blue uniforms, flak jackets, various shades of beige, headpiece consistent, wind style, may or may not perform with fans, village accomplishments predominantly, blah 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 blah. History, I don't care about the history. How big is the fucking sand village, dude? I guess the buildings aren't that big. Shit. Do you think the pictures on the pages are canon? What pictures on what pages? On the manga panel? I would say that, yeah, the manga panels are canon. Village is strange, sunken terrain. It's not thought to be natural. Myth. Sage of 6 Paths and his disciples' refuge was sent to live. Hiden assassinated. Anti-Kazekage groups becoming common in Suna. Desire is stronger. Subsequent arrest of multiple Suna council. Form an anti... Okay, none of this tells me how big the fucking sand village is. 80,000 samurai or 6%. Kimi, this percentage is based off of population. This results in 23,000, including genin. For these percentages, I use the average remaining value, basically 135. Okay, so Kono. Okay, none of this is even remotely canon, so I don't give a shit. Yeah. Why does it do that? I don't know why that pops up, but whatever. What are we talking about? What speed tier would you grant current Luffy? Like, out of my mind, I would say he's at least FTL plus, probably FFTL. Well, values and speed are completely subjective. At least in terms of, like, what... Because you know what it is? Like, a lot of people... It's kind of subjective as to what you think that, like, FTL to MFTL plus to FTL plus and all those other fucking metrics go. I don't personally like using the term plus, because it's like FTL plus and FTL is still FTL. MFTL is still just faster than light. You're just using another term to, like, maybe throw in, like, a higher value. The values themselves are, like, really fucking arbitrary, if you ask me, but... Because, like, what makes 100 times light massively faster than light when 10 times faster than light is, like, also really fast. You know what I mean? But that's just me being very... That's just me sort of challenging common power scaling ideology. Anyway, besides that. At least, based on, like, Versus Battle Wiki, if you're, like, 100 times faster than the speed of light, you'd probably be, like, MFTL. So, just whatever you think MFTL means. I can get Luffy to, like, 270,000 times the speed of light on a massive low ball. Without accounting for any growth in strength from, like, Dressrosa. From, like, Fishman Island, honestly, all the way up until, like, Wano. I make the argument off of, like, Luffy not getting really stronger from, like, that point on to, like, that point. I would probably argue, yeah, 200. I would probably argue MFTL. Like, I don't like doing the whole plus thing. I think it's not really important, but that's it. Like, I genuinely can't go any lower than 270,000 times faster than the speed of light. I really can't go lower than that. Yeah, I don't like the plus thing either, yeah. But, you know, I can't stop people from using it, and honestly, it does at least help differentiate the difference between, like, two versions of FTL, so I can't say it's bad. So what was the question? Because if not, I'm just going to go back to reading. C3 bomb is going to blow up the sand village. Gaara used a massive amount of sand in the village to block the attack. Gaara. Your sand may have crushed my left arm, but not before I was able to chew up and infuse some detonating clay. That's how I was able to put your great defense to use. As far as my... I mean, what do you want me to do about Versus Battle Wiki doing that? The only thing I'm willing to use out of them is is just some of, like, the scaling charts that they've used, but I don't really care for Versus Battle Wiki. I need to see something real quick. Okay. Let's get the playback speed to like 2.0. I just need to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four, five. All right. What's this video on YouTube? Just give me the episode. It's Naruto Shippuden episode 3. We're not watching that, but I do need. There's a recent trend of people reading Versus Battle Wiki incorrectly. That could be fun. Oh, well, maybe the site doesn't work anymore. And if that's the case, I am sad. Whatever. How many explosions did Gaara lose to? It was what, about 5, 6 in the manga, 5 in the anime? But Gaara blocked it. Gaara loses to 5 tiny bomb explosions to 6 tiny bombs, 5 in the anime. Tiny bombs. Okay. Gaara really lost to 5 bombs. That's crazy. Okay. Kankuro is trash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Kankuro is trash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's not good. No, no, no. Blah, 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 blah. Naruto versus Itachi doesn't do anything. I don't need to talk about any of this because it's all kind of irrelevant. Naruto's giant Nine Tails amped Rasengan kills Akatsuki agent. Naruto's Nine Tails amped giant Rasengan killed pseudo Akatsuki member. The puppet fighters are okay. I don't necessarily like dislike them the most, but they just don't do enough for me to want to care. It's like cool, interesting. Well, we did give the sacrifices 30% of our chakra. It's useful, but the substitutes. It's useful, but the substitutes because we don't allow them much chakra, limited in strength, and in the jutsu they can use. It's nearly time. Yeah. 263. 263. Let's do Kazekage, Rescue Kazekage arc. Let me read through this properly. So 5 berries still established. Talisman. A single character is forbidden is inscribed on each. First, one of these right in front of you, or there are 4. You can't peel them off. Bring a thing to the barrier. Where are they? I mean, the other 4. There's one by a thing. There's one by an 8. There's one by 500 meters to the north. Wireless talismans. My team is faster. We'll handle it. The frequency at. Hang in tight. We're counting on you. Come on, let's go. Okay, a little south. I guess there was just no reason why Naruto couldn't blast it. It's a 5 seal barrier, you're too late. God damn it, now I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't want to like make a claim without alright. I don't Naruto 5 seal barrier. What let's look at the 5 seal barrier. One of the tags is applied to the central location, prevents access to location. Well, there are other 4, so as long as the flag remains applied, it will create a central location that prevents it from being opened in any way, or in any way physically damaged. Those wishing to remove the barrier. Okay, where is that stated? Well, the second team, the Shano Show 255. Alright. Erected, spread widely. This is censor among them, including intending to breach. Can save a significant amount of time because the tag's located. Work simple to remove. The Kotsky pairs 5 with the booby traps. Okay. Whatever. So they chose Sakura to do it. Sure. Okay. By Pseudo Rasengan. The large boulder has a 5 seal barrier that when released is shattered by Sakura. Why Sakura? I'm not gonna know. And I'm not gonna say that Sakura's attack potency as far as a punch goes would be greater than Naruto's, but hey man. Yeah. I'm gonna have to read this fight, aren't I? Let's go with close combats, and since fussing with the marionette leaves them opening with attacks, that to overcome that, the weakness, he created this puppet. Serves as his armor and as his weapon. Sasori's favorite puppet and familiar with it. It's called Hiruko. Makes his mechanisms where it may launch its attacks. Granny, how functions work. Yeah, Luffy is actually extremely smart. How do ninja release seals exactly? Is it with chakra control? No, they just ripped it out. They just ripped off the tag. His airhead against me was funny at first, but damn, the idea behind it was hella good. Anyone want a pizza? I would love a pizza, but I can't eat pizza, so it's fine. People always act like Luffy has no battle IQ, which is also incorrect. Why don't you use the Naruto Storm 4 ultimate attacks for scaling if you want to give Naruto disingenuous shit? Because that would mean I'd also have to, like, purchase the games. I don't think Do I have a way? Does the PS4... No, my PS4 doesn't turn on anymore. No, that wouldn't work. My PS4 doesn't turn on anymore, and I don't have... The PS5 can't play, like, PlayStation 3 games, right? No, it does not, and I don't think I have Storm. Anyway. Well, I hope you have some good food regardless. Games aren't even ever accurate. Yep, there aren't. The poison, you mean? That's right. Even a scratch will prove fatal to avoid attacks. Yeah. Sure, Sasori. I'm sure I shouldn't say this, but Sasori is stronger than I. Probably. Yeah, okay. Deidara states Sasori is stronger. I already have this? What the fuck? I I'm still kind of surprised that, like, Gaara really lost to 5 bombs exploding on him. Yeah, none of this is quantifiable. They're not going to say something like, "This real body, no wonder the kid could dodge the attack. Even the kid could dodge my attack. The wait you can read my moves was steering her with threats. The cat's out of the bag. The more you took control over here, like while I was at it, and noticed stalled." You did it when you threw those kunais, and the thread was a knife was struck. I used a tiny amount of chocolate to keep it invisible. Of course, I remember. Gaara may be a hero Shukaku, but as well, he's an unstable guinea pig. Yada yada yada. Could kill easily. Isaac was also stuck. The stability of entire countries were devastated. Exceptionally strong, stronger than any of his predecessors, yet his body didn't turn up. He was extraordinary. Naruto's like slamming on the side of walls too. Naruto slams inside. Naruto slams on side of trying to attack Deidara. No, not this. There we go. Oh, I'm literally going by this. I'm not even going by my own fucking pages. No wonder I'm having issues. Okay. Sure, we'll click through. Okay. Kakashi throws down those things. Kakashi explodes them. Block. You're quite an oddball in jury. You're supposed to be a misanthropic. So to date, we've destroyed 2 Jinchuriki codes, not including him, of course, but no wonder. Try this. Retired 1 foot, yes. Neglecting my grandson. Attacking Orochimaru, who's actually killed his father. Orochimaru, you worked with Orochimaru. It's time, yeah. Attacks. So much for Hiruto's tail. Good job, Granny. Here goes. Attacks with 1,000 of these hands. Attacks. Useless so long as she's under that bat's control. Okay, then. Sakura, hold your breath. That's a different poison. Using a bomb to dissipate the gas, but she nearly blew herself up along with the trap. So Gaara just must have, like, really dog shit durability, or Sakura has really good durability. Let me see. Sakura withstands a normal paper bomb. I'll give Deidara the benefit of doubt and say that his tiny bombs are more powerful. I'll give him the benefit of doubt on that. I think it's fine. You can blow off my limbs off. You can poison me. I'll still get you no matter what. I'll drag you to the end. We're talking those puppets. They swing. Okay, incredible. Becoming a nuisance. Better speed things along. Seen in a while. Most powerful jutsu. This is what made his name as the most powerful of all. You're going to most feared. The Iron Sand adapted mold magnetic and sand into shape, forming the perfect weapon for any situation. Was graced with a special physical constitution, allowed him to convert his chakra into magnetic force. This is a puppet, human puppet from real cadavers, like a battery kept the chakra, the body that possessed to die. So he's the only person who can produce human puppets, ultimately which gives him such supreme power. Okay, Iron Sand. Okay, block. As I figured, crippled by iron sand. Jutsu shouldn't block it. I'm saving the girl. You could manage iron sand seeped into the tone. So as long as I have magnetic power over it, things last. Time, yada yada. 2 puppets. Yeah, we'll protect you. Okay. Boom. Interesting. Just an arm, but it's still rigging your own body. We puppet masters, we're all of a kind. We're all a kind. I see. So that's what you did then. Once the iron sand gets into the puppet, you're a puppet. Yeah. Even a great puppet master is nothing without puppets. Yeah. I gotta put us into a gym, indeed, soccer, whatever he gets up to. Please use me. I lost an arm, but I won't be able to support you as well. Might not be rigged up like a fancy puppet, but I'm hard on unbending spirit. Magnetic force. That means that the iron and steel are useless. The arms of iron and steel, just as well. Just like my master, I learned to fight with my bare hands. Yep. Here I come. Cool. That's just the beginning. Yeah. Quite a bit. Big punch for the girl. She started. Reads Osiri's offensive pattern. She doesn't really need my support. Okay. Told you there was more. The iron sand. The poison starter works. Attacks her. Sure. Boom. Breaks it. I used an antidote. Understood. The monster strength dodging. Oh, yeah, she must already be at her limit. I have no time to start. Wait. Yeah. While I staunch the bleeding. Away the rest of my chakra to attack. Well, I've only got 3 minutes to do this. I won't have any other chance. There's no real reason. It's been a while since I last used myself. Actually, a human puppet. You're not used to fighting an opponent like this. Extreme close quarter fighting. Each opponent long range. I have superior intellect on me. Jutsu on your team. If you don't have the other, then you'll have wave. You have a superior intellect of Shikamaru. Me, I have superior intellect. I'm a Jonin. I can sustain. Then we met the conditions. That's why I told you to calm down. It's not as simple as it sounds. We're chasing someone that won't give us any openings. Someone who sent into Sunagakure and overcame. So what do? We create an opening for ourselves. Together I have a plan. Cool. Fire blaze behind the hands. What's the matter? Ching. Okay, 1 minute left. Sasori can somewhat melt him with his flames. Sure. Attack. Sakura pulls him in. Take this. It breaks apart. Granny Chio. He puts himself back together. Puts her arm back even. Foreboding. Okay, makes this. Stand out. I'm going to use Chikatsu. Move. Chikatsu puppets. Yeah. Zaimon collected quite impressive. I destroyed an entire country with these. Okay. Sasori states he destroyed an entire country. Dude, I'm gonna fucking crash out if this shit doesn't start typing when I tell it to, bro. Sasori states he destroyed an entire country. Yeah. You already know. Already comes. Modeled after yourselves. Attacks. All 100 puppets. There are too many of them. Any left? If either of us take damage, we're in trouble. Wasn't that the same as her, like, puppet arm? Does it? Alright. And for Sasori, we'll take care of the puppets. Okay. We took an antidote. We can't move. I did. It's over. He's completely traps. That ceiling completely traps his chakra. I can't use your chakra strings anymore. The antidote. Takes the hit. Take the antidote. You're pretty rough. She's stopping the bleeding with my wound inside her. Such skill. It seems the poison is working. Needless to say, the sword is also poison. My body's going numb. I can't control my chakra. Injects. Go. You lowered your guard at the last moment. You can't move anymore, can you? Even though your body now, the puppet, you control your weakness is that you left the part of you. The puppet is in fact a doll. Your true nature, the chakra-producing part of the chest in your organ. Yeah. Close the wound. Stay with me now. I hit the vital spot. This imparts raw life energy. I spent creating this jutsu, even a puppet, in exchange for the life of the user, but it's a dream, utter nonsense, you know, granny. Sasuke's mortally wound. Yeah. You're wasting your life. This body doesn't feel pain. You just love completely pointless things. Just be one more 1,000. Blah, 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 blah. I'm doing good, Lazarus. How you doing, man? Hope you guys are having a good week. Hope you guys are having a good start to your week, I should say. Sasori talks a lot for a guy that's basically about to die. No funny. Alright, Sasori anticipated my family, but for some reason you couldn't dodge it. Guard for a moment. Yeah. About ready. Sure, I get the chance. Mangekyo Sharingan. Ocular Jutsu. My arm. Deidara loses his arm. I can't properly control the position and size of the barrier. Space. Okay. After 2. And jerky is nothing. The problem is how to deal with Kakashi. Oh, yeah, I have another time. Careless. Blitz. Sakura, we did it. Sasori, I can't believe the bread. Killed, puppet, full of... Okay. Come we to rip out Deidara's arm. Can't fully control. Technique. Naruto takes advantage of the opening to rescue Gaara. Combos Deidara with clones into a knee drop power dive, and that's it, right? Naruto sucks this arc. Naruto doesn't do a fucking goddamn thing this whole arc. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. Holy fuck. Alright. What else do we have? Oh yeah, we already did this. Let's see. Okay. That's that. Let's go on to Tenchi Bridge. Tenchi Bridge. Chung Chung. Tenchi Bridge. Okay. What do we do for Tenchi Bridge? What has Naruto done for Tenchi Bridge? I feel like at this point, if it's not inherently anything more impressive than the stuff Naruto's already done, I don't know if I should necessarily talk about it. Respectively. Yeah. Dude, I might honestly I have to like throw the first arc of post time skip and the Tenchi bridge arc into one whole like argument for Naruto just to try to give him as much as possible. Naruto goes, what is it? One-tailed Naruto smacks Orochimaru. Several dozens to 100 meters to several dozens to possibly hundreds meters. Naruto sees Orochimaru and knocks him away several dozens to possibly several dozens. I'm gonna say just dozens of meters. Because I don't know if I want to say hundreds of meters. I don't know if this is exactly hundreds of them. I don't know if this was a... I'd like to say this is hundreds of meters. With a claw swipe. Naruto, Four Tails Naruto, prior to time skip. Still not certain about the particulars, but what I witness is that the evidence is weakening, is that it's not the bad news. Though the chakras look like it's protecting Naruto, the chakra aura of the Nine Tails, when Nine Tails state the truth, his body is completely being harmed by the same aura. When that fourth tail emerges, his whole body suffered several injuries and he ran amok covered in blood. Disappeared. Naruto's internal Nine-Tails chakra healed his body, but if he continues, it's more than his body can take. The damage may be irreparable, and it'll kill him a lot sooner than later. Okay. Naruto's harming him. Eventually heals him, but the damage could irreparable. and kill him. But also nearly killed Jiraiya. There we go. Not this one. Close. Only Naruto goes 3 tails. Metal. When using the 3-tailed cloak. Bald eagles and burgers per football field. Type shit. Type shit. How long will this video be? I don't know, man. I'll try to cut it down to as short of a time as possible, but I'm going to be covering a lot of information. The one-eyed Ten Tails Madara was approaching his power and error. We know that Kaguya is stronger than Hagoromo. Yep. That is true. Naruto roaring at Kabuto. Destroyed the bridge. You're gonna scale. How are you gonna scale Naruto's speed? It's actually quite simple. Throughout the entire portion of like the early one. Throughout the entire portion of the early part 1 scaling, Naruto doesn't really have the best speed feats, and that's not me being facetious. That's just me telling you, like, it's within the ballpark of supersonic. It's within the ballpark of supersonic. 1 second. So, there's really kind of like no way, unless you're going with like the early Lightspeed meta, which just doesn't make any narrative sense, and you have to just ignore every other version of like the data book statements that literally also say Naruto and the guys are like Lightspeed. You essentially have to use like this one statement right here from Haku and Dozu that states that like their attacks are supersonic. He says your moves may be fast, but ours are supersonic, sort of implying that like Rock Lee and the others aren't even the speed of sound yet. Hey, what's up, Uchiha? Thank you. That's really nice. I appreciate that, man. Naruto doesn't have Haki, therefore we can't negate Luffy's rubber properties. But I mean, like, when you compare them time-wise, like, this version of Luffy can beat this version of Naruto, but this version of Naruto has greater defiance than Luffy's defense than Luffy's AP. I'm gonna compare them, like, I'm gonna try to compare, like, their statistics, but there just comes a point where, like, even durability kind of just stops mattering for, like, Luffy specifically, and technically Naruto as well. The crux of my argument has always been Luffy straight up just constantly speed blitzes Naruto every single time, 10 times out of 10. It's just not close. Now, I want to be clear here that, like, considering what he's saying about, like, weighted Lee, he's saying that, like, Lee may be fast, but his attacks are the speed of sound. I don't think that that's just him saying that, like, oh, you can't dodge my attack because it's sound, or because he can't see it. I think he means it as in, like, potentially speaking, the fact that they use supersonic attacks means that they are attacking at a faster rate. I mean, the wording here is too specific for me to just say that, oh yeah, but Rock Lee's, like, still fast. No. Like, you don't say, well, you may be fast, but, like, I attack at lightning speed, or our attacks are lightning fast, or our attacks are light speed fast, or whatever. Like, any way that you write this type of, like, message or term usually is at least interpreted in such a way that, like, you're basically saying, yeah, you might be fast, but I'm faster. Oh, thank you. What's up, Lonely Gesture? Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, Naruto's best speed is probably when he blitzed the Raikage, which can be calced to 72 times the speed of light. Yeah, that's a very old calc, and that also is not even remotely, like, canon to the actual story. The 72 times the speed of light thing is... Like, okay, I don't personally go, and I've said this before, I don't go by calcs. I don't go by whatever random number somebody gets by counting pixels on screen. That those values mean nothing to me. So, you know, do with that information what you will. The Raikage, as a matter of fact, unless you are just giving him the benefit of doubt, there's no way to get the Raikage to light speed. Unless you're genuinely just giving him every benefit of doubt. Like, definitively, without... It's a measurement from the manga, the distance that he blitzed them. Yeah, I get it. I get how they come across that. Again, those values, it's like saying, well, Oda drew Luffy's fist to be larger than this island, and this island is like 53 kilometers tall based on the measurement of pixels. It's like, yeah, but those aren't values that are given to us by the author. Those are values that you got by counting pixels. Like, if you presented that number in front of Kishimoto and said, yo, Kishimoto, so because you drew this scan and because this person counted these number of pixels and did some trigonometry to, like, figure out the distance and time and all that stuff, even though to calculate speed you need time, and there's also no way to measure that amount of time, since you either have to use the anime, which at that point you're not using pixel scaling, and if you're using the manga, well, what was the amount of time stated in the manga? We don't know. But besides all the factors that you kind of, like, have to, like, go in there, you also have to say, like, well, if I present this value, you're basically assuming under the notion that if you present the value 72 times faster than the speed of light to Masashi Kishimoto, you are also basically saying that, yes, Kishimoto would say yes. So that's all we can go off of, right? But there's also not a lot that we can go off of, because you also aren't taking into consideration potential human error that Kishimoto could have had. For example, again, are you saying that because Kishimoto drew it that way, and because somebody got that value, that Kishimoto also means, yeah, this value is 72 times? I don't care about what value somebody got by plugging in some numbers into a calculator, in some cases, numbers which they had to make assumptions for. All I personally care about is whether or not that value is objectively true as far as what the author intends. Yeah, but you can't really argue against it, because then you would go... no, I actually can argue against it, because it's not being supported by the author in the slightest bit. Again, for you to say that it is the author's intention, you are basically saying if you presented 72 times faster the speed of light in that very moment to Kishimoto, he would say, yes, that number is right. You have to prove that that number is right. I don't have to prove anything. It's because he drew it. It is because he drew it, yeah. But again, you're going off of again, let me repeat myself, you're going off of the interpretation that Kishimoto intended the value to be 92 times. It's proven by the measurement? No, it's not. It's really not. Pixel scaling is headcanon. Pixel scaling is more consistent in strictly animated series. Fair enough. I mean, first of all, do not call stupid and do not call anybody stupid. Let's just remove this comment real quick. Having a difference in opinion or a difference by which one should quantify things, it's completely fine. If Obliterate wants to use pixel scaling, that is completely fine. I don't adhere by that whatsoever because those values are not canon or are written off by the author. You can get whatever value you want for the whole Naruto the Naruto like dodge and the Raikage feat. That's fine. I don't adhere to those values because again, those values are strictly headcanon. It's not. That's how he drew the distance. Manga panels are exact moments when things take place. Yes, and you are also assuming that all the factors that the person had to plug in to make, again, the speed calc are correct. For example, how fast was Naruto? He blitzed the Raikage. What was the amount of time in between? What was the amount of time between the panel? Because in order to get speed, in order to get that 72 times the speed of light, you have to get distance divided by time. They can get the distance. What was the time? Again, that number right there, time, you have to make up. You have to assume. Unless you get the writer of the series to say that value is 72 times, I genuinely do not care how you choose to rationalize it. Yes, he drew it. But at the same time, can you prove to me that Kishimoto, if you were to sit down and say, here, this is a calculation, these are the values I got, do you agree, Kishimoto-san, that this value is correct, 72 times is correct? Is your author's intent validating this value? If the answer is no, I don't know what to tell you. There is no inconsistency with models. I mean, if you want to go pixel calc in games, here's the thing. I've never said you can't use pixel calcs. You can use them all you want. I'm just not using them. If you were to go off of the anime, not the manga, then yeah. So now we're going off of the anime, right? Where the distance, the angle, all that stuff could be different. But no, the calculation you said is strictly for the manga. Is the actual canon of the story, so okay. And again, what is the value of time then? What is the value of time presented within that feat? Because again, if you're just going to use some value that somebody else made on the internet without even cross-checking it yourself, I also have issues with that personally. Not saying you, but I'm saying even for me. I don't like using pixel scaling because at the end of the day, I don't know how to do that math. I don't want to learn how to do that math. And I'm not going to double check to see if that math is right. Because I could even show you in Versus Battle Wiki, there are different calcs that people use. There are people to get the same exact feat, for example, Luffy about going to destroy Onigashima, and there are multiple different forum threads in Versus Battle Wiki where people get different values for how powerful Luffy's punch is. Some people say Luffy's punch, the Bajirengan, is relativistic or sub-relativistic. How the fuck did you even get that value? I don't like it either, but I'm not going to say it's not valid when it's just... I never said it isn't valid. I never said it isn't invalid. I just said I don't adhere to that philosophy. I've said this, I say this every single time. And my mods, for example, my mods like using pixel scaling. I don't tell them, hey, don't use pixel scaling, you can't be my mod if you don't know. Use whatever line of metric. But there's also this common understanding that in the same way that if we were to, like, let's say have a conversation about it, in the same way that they won't say, well, we're not gonna have a conversation if you don't pixel scale. I don't say, well, I'm not gonna have a conversation if you do pixel scale. You know what I mean? It's more so just a matter of, if you want to use pixel scaling, that's completely fine, but I don't adhere to that. It is what it is. You're 100% right. It is what it is. And I'm not saying the value is wrong. I'm just saying you kind of have to still prove Kishimoto or whatever author or whatever series is writing that number off as correct. There are some metrics by which pixel scaling is a lot more accurate. Like Lapis said before, like one of my mods said. In video games, the models stay consistent, so it's a lot more consistent to go off of. If you want to use, like, let's say, real-world physics and logic, I would say that, for example, the Fast and Furious series, the Michael Bay Transformers, anything that is live action could more easily use real-world physics and logic because in a live action setting, they kind of have to go bank off of that. Yeah. It's not to say that, again, you are wrong, I'm right, or I'm right, or like, I'm wrong, you're right. It's more or less just to say there are different metrics by which you can scale. I use a fuck ton of pixel scaling. The thing is, you got to know when to use it. Yeah, that's also true. It depends on what source you're kind of using. And it also depends on when you're using it. I 100% agree with that. I mean, for example, with Whitebeard destroying the world sim, you're going to assume that Oda literally is destroying the world, just assuming my math is right. Naruto contradict the manga and even different data books. It's fine to use it in manga, but there's only one panel of something like Alabasta. It's possible since the tsunami. What are you guys talking about? I don't know. Alright, back to this. What? That's just a statement. Okay. Oh, so back to the whole like supersonic thing with Naruto. Right, back to like the whole like Naruto speed thing, right? So assuming that like these characters yet are like at least around the speed of sound, Rock Lee without his weights is at least traveling around the speed of sound, or blah 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 blah, or he needs like, I don't know, the whenever he's gonna use the first gate, he's achieving close to the speed of sound. That would still mean that all these characters are by virtue slower than these sound-based attacks that are fighting. And Sasuke is likely the only one that at least travels at a relativistic to like the speed of sound speed, considering that he literally blitzes the supersonic air slice from this distance. That I would say, okay, yeah, Sasuke is likely faster than the dude, especially since he's standing here casually with the guy. I would say like, yeah, Sasuke is around like that 1.1 to 2.5, 5.5, whatever the fuck value you want to use in for like in terms of Mach at least. But like I said before, where Sasuke, even if you want to argue Sasuke can travel at like Mach XYZ. By the way, you see right here that there's like a paper bomb lighting up and then exploding, and Sasuke's only then just getting away from it. I don't think that Sasuke is also as fast as an explosion, just to be clear. But yeah, so Naruto characters for the most part are like within that threshold of like Mach 1 supersonic speeds. I mean, it makes sense. Kakashi can like still fight any one of these guys while also being like the speed of lightning, like at the worst, right? And there's really like nothing here to really help quantify any of like these specific feats. There's really like not much else that really helps quantify. I mean, one second, let me also delete this. Yeah, no, there kind of isn't. Naruto, when he fights Kiba and the others, he literally takes a food pill that like basically a military food ration that also like doubles up his chakra reserves. It's not like Naruto is necessarily ever blitzing Kiba, more so putting him in a position where like Kiba can't react or he can't move, etc. Like when Kiba gets behind Naruto, he's clearly blitzing Naruto's speed, but Naruto farts on his face, catches him off guard, and while like Kiba's reeling from like his sensitive nose, Naruto puts him down in like a single hit. You know what I mean? Like right here where Rock Lee essentially like removes his weight and moves so fast that now the sand can't move, I would say yes, this would make him faster than the average explosion. The average explosion is somewhere around Mach 5 to Mach 10, so we can put Rock Lee around like around that speed tier of like Mach 6 to Mach 11 if you really want to fucking use it, right? But then you also have examples of like the Lotus also being very harmful to Rock Lee's body, especially around this point where like Rock Lee's body just physically can't take like the amount of hits that he's doing. So then Gaara has the chance to like, again, within the number of kicks that he's doing and with the difficulty that his sand is trying to like keep up with, you could probably say that like, yeah, Gaara's reaction time, or at least I wouldn't even say like reaction time, because like he has to essentially find like that pause in between. Because he has to find the pause in between, since Rock Lee basically does like falter for a second. Gaara is able to put up a sand barrier, or not even a sand barrier, because he literally substitutes right out of it. It's around the point where like we say that like, okay, if Rock Lee got like 5 times faster to like do the Lotus, that would put him around like what, like Mach 25, like around Mach 50, but that's like Mach 50 for like an instant if you really want to like give Rock Lee like a lot of benefit of doubt. You know what I mean? And even then, like, Rock Lee's the only one that's, like, reaching these, like, higher speeds, all things considered. Because it's stated right here that, like, releasing the 8 inner gates, they constantly maintain limits on the amount of chakra flowing through the body. Limits, the Lotus uses chakra to force him to be right, enabling the user to draw strength that is dozens of times his usual level. So, like, you could probably put Rock Lee, like, around, like, Mach 25 when he's using, like, the hidden Lotus, in my opinion. You could probably put Rock Lee, like, around that tier of speed when he's doing it. Um. Yeah, I don't know, man. Blitzing characters is a foreign concept to me. I mean, they're not slow. I know, like the issues with Demon Slayer, but I don't necessarily think that like they're slow. There's also like this whole misconception that people seem to have that like later on. By the way, Naruto also goes through like no level of speed training. The entire time Naruto is like training and fighting and doing his thing, he's like never actually undergoing anything even remotely close to like speed training. Like none of this he could even remotely be used. Is Naruto getting faster? I mean, sure, but he's also never speed blitzing everyone. Like Naruto's always getting knocked away or beaten out because of speed. And I know that people like to use like a feat where he kicks Gaara away. Shima Urashi was outrageous. Even Luffy stopped running and looked and all. People saying always lowball, just saying people always lowball to get sending quakes and tsunamis across the surface, but shaking the planet to the point where it still happens at the surface makes sense, more sense for quake powers. Yeah, I would say Muzan could probably speed blitz past 6 paths. Like if he's faster than the lightning guys, then yeah, I'd probably say that's fair. Naruto goes through weird trading that makes him stronger. All his stats somehow like a way. I wouldn't necessarily say that like he's really getting faster. I mean, what here even remotely implies that Naruto's gotten any faster? He anticipated my thoughts and literally steered me into a direction. Yeah, I mean, like Naruto's just getting tagged every single time. Your voice is annoying? That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate you feel that way, but it's okay. I like my voice, and some people like it too. So there's kind of like a bit of a situation here where it's like, when Naruto does get like his Senketsu sealed, he's finally able to draw out the Nine Tails chakra. It really only happens when he's put in a position where like he has no chakra left. At least like utilizing these portions of the Nine Tails chakra willfully without getting too upsetty spaghetti, as I like to put it. Now, one thing that I think needs to be made clear is also that like I can't necessarily tell you how much faster. Are you going to bring up Naruto's Gamma Bunta when he fought pre-time skip Luffy? Yeah, I'm gonna bring up Gamma Bunta. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up Gamma Bunta. Don't worry about that. Blood isn't a sprinter. I mean, it's not to say that like running training would, you know, make him faster, but there is a clear correlation between training a character's speed. There's a clear combination between like training a character's speed, as Rock Lee and Sasuke have done, or Sasuke has done even in Shippuden when you first meet him again, that like, you know, makes a clear distinction between like, oh hey, if I do train for speed and if I don't train for speed, there's going to be a clear difference between my speed after doing said training and not doing said training. It's not to say that Naruto isn't getting stronger, but all I'm saying, if he is, I can't tell you by how much. Now, I also can't tell you if this utilization of Nine Tails chakra is any more impressive than what Naruto's been able to do before, because when Naruto gets like the red eyes, he seems to get like a lot more physically strong in terms of like just raw physical force. But it's also the same case with this. You could probably argue that these are like the same amps. The only difference is Naruto isn't upset or the other. They both kind of do reveal some level of like, I wouldn't want to say relevance, but they do show a level of like amped improvement. And even then, is chakra a stat increase or an energy supply? It's both. Chakra can increase your stat, and it can also increase and it can also, it is also literally your energy supply. Chakra is physical energy combined with mental energy that creates the actual product of chakra, so it does use up your stamina. It's not just like your mental or spiritual energy, whatever the fuck you want to use depending on the translation you're using. Is Gamabunta tailed beast level because he can fight the one? I wouldn't say it's tailed beast level. I wouldn't say Gamabunta can level mountains in the same way that I wouldn't say that he can level mountains in the same way that, you know, the Shukaku or any of the other tailed beasts could, since he doesn't have a feat, and a water bullet jutsu isn't necessarily as powerful as an air bullet jutsu, considering that, you know, Shukaku's air bullets literally blasted through Gamabunta's water bullets and he still got hit, and he said, I can't take too many more of those. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. Gamabunta doesn't really have a feat that puts him on the level of like a tailed beast. I think that would be actually like very normal. That's a holding back nerfed Shukaku. I don't know about like nerfed Shukaku, but either way, if it's holding back, it only makes Gamabunta look worse. And either way, both of them are still smaller than Moo Moo that Luffy could literally send away. How is it nerfed or holding back? Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I gotta stretch. Let me... Okay. So yeah, when Naruto gets this cloak, he's able to stop Neji's rotation. He's able to at least clash with it relatively close. Now, Neji did take damage from this hit right here. How the fuck Naruto one-shot Neji? I'm willing to call it an off-guard feat, since Neji probably wasn't expecting to see Naruto just pull up. By the way, that's the Yamcha pose. Kishimoto's the GOAT for that. But yeah, Naruto literally dug his way through the ground pretty fucking quickly, and then popped out of the other side with enough momentum and force that he could one-shot Neji with an uppercut. So, yeah, that was pretty impressive. Now, what about Sasuke? There's a massive misconception that Sasuke is the speed of lightning or whatever because he kept up, not because he kept up, because he is able to replicate Kakashi's, he's able to replicate Kakashi's, he's able to replicate Kakashi's, Chidori, but obviously replicated to his means. The fact that he's able to be about as fast as Gates Lee, he's almost as fast as Lee's average speed. That probably means that Sasuke is once again around that, just being honest here, it's probably around like that, what's it called? It's probably around that, massively hypersonic, not massively hypersonic, what the fuck am I talking about? That like supersonic to like hypersonic speed tier of like Mach. Fuck. Around Mach 5. So Sasuke should be able to run around like the speed of Mach 5 here if I were like... It's a guy specifically says almost, so I'm willing to say that like... Let's just use like the lower end interpretation, which is around like Mach 5. Sasuke is able to, you know, tag Gaara a couple of times, but Gaara sort of just covers himself, and Sasuke's only able to get like, what, how many hits? One punch to the face, a kick to the face, a kick, then a knee, so that's 4 hits, and that's it. He gets 4 hits on Gaara before he decides to pull out Chidori. Now, Chidori does innately increase your chakra since the move's flesh active. Well, it's not exactly the flesh activation, but the move is designed around increasing one's speed through the utilization of lightning chakra. And when Sasuke basically got even Guy says it in his page that like he had to focus on his taijutsu and he had to increase his speed so much. And when Kakashi and Sasuke are using like their lightning blade and Chidori, they're moving faster. Like that's the thing, like something that people don't genuinely understand. When Sasuke or Kakashi are using Chidori, they are technically moving faster than they normally would, right? Which I think is again all completely fine. Sasuke's also, at least I would assume that Sasuke here is moving faster than he normally would be able to. You actually want this to be the case. You don't want me to say that Sasuke isn't moving faster with Chidori, because then, you know, that just ends up lowballing his speed altogether in the long run. It is just a jab. Ladies and gentlemen, Chidori is just a jab. I know, look, it looks so cool. It looks so cool seeing him, like, beeline straight for what's-his-face and everything, but, like, it's just a fucking jab. Yeah, also, Kakashi being able to, like, tag a lightning bolt with his Chidori, especially years after developing the Chidori, using the Chidori, since this is, like, multiple years after Minato had already died, which happens, what, like a year or two after Kakashi first unveils it anyway, and Kakashi already having the Sharingan for that amount of time, and also, you know, garnering a name for himself. Being able to split a lightning bolt, while it is impressive, there's nothing to, like, even remotely scale Sasuke to that. What I mean is, Kakashi being able to tag a lightning bolt does not inherently bridge in any single way, shape, or form to Sasuke, especially at this point in time. They never make a statement of Sasuke being as fast as Kakashi. They never make a statement of Sasuke being on the same tier as Kakashi. Nothing even remotely close. It is just an attack that Kakashi taught Sasuke how to do, and even then Kakashi uses a slightly different application, which is the lightning blade in comparison to Chidori. Now here's the thing. And you said this, and you said this. Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt sounds like the dumbest thing. Was he standing in a thunderstorm waiting for the lightning bolt to strike down? Right. So this is where I kind of might have to like throw in the anime. I will be using portions of the anime to make my scaling, at least for things that could be better quantified. Yeah, I hit 10K, man. Thank you, Rare Shadow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we hit it recently, like a week and a half ago. So, it kind of brings up an issue because there's never actually an implication of how Kakashi cuts the lightning bolt within the manga. If you go by the manga, I can just as easily as one can say that Kakashi ran up a tree and tried to clash with the lightning bolt, and he did it last second. Like the lightning bolt was coming all the way down, and Kakashi sprinted half a fucking mile with low on chakra to tag said lightning bolt as it was already coming down, and blah 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 blah. You know how like a person could like upscale the fuck out of that? I can just as easily also say, if you don't go with the anime, that Kakashi was just standing there with his arm raised to the sky, and he was just lucky that a lightning bolt dropped and he split it. Like, I don't have to say that, like, you don't have to necessarily argue that because the manga never implies it. The anime is the only thing that does it, and even in the anime, since they never actually show the moment itself, they only show the circumstances behind it. Kakashi is running up a tree, is already running up a tree, the energy for the lightning bolt is being brought up and it's being tempered up, and the lightning bolt is generating a fuck ton of energy, and then when it finally chooses to drop down, Kakashi already is an unquantifiable distance up the tree. So, use whatever you will with said information. But anyway, I'm back on my bullshit. Right here. Just one of the RAM that I was thinking about the other day. But would Conqueror's Haki pass through Gojo's Infinity? I don't know why it would stop it, per se. Probably so. Four-tailed transformation. Naruto Four-tails transformation. Four-tails transformation causes a massive crater. Four-tails transformation causes a massive crater. Guy sounds like he's glazing Chidori, cutting lightning, and becoming the right carry for a story where it's someone else. Yeah. Blows trees away. How many people do we have on stream right now? Hey, we have some 31 stream people. Lovely. I hope you guys are all enjoying me just yapping here for a bit. I'm sorry if I get a little bit quiet. Usually the streams aren't this, like, quiet, but I have to, like, just grind out as many chapters as possible. I've never seen that kind of power. Can I use it now? Okay. Naruto Shippuden. Episode 3. How's the research going? What's up, Brown Pads? We're finding episodes. We're doing stuff. We're trying to get through as much work as possible. I want to be done with the research by the end of this week. I do genuinely want to be done with the research by the end of this week, specifically just because I just want to be done. Like, I want to be able to, by the 22nd next week, I want to start editing the video so that way I have some time to you know, put everything together. I don't know if I'm going to have like 2 whole weeks to really do it. So you're using the anime. Is there a reason for that? The anime adaptation can usually help offer a bit more information. What the fuck's going on with this website? Fuck it. I guess we're not checking anything out. The anime adaptations can usually offer a bit more information on like specific stuff. There was a clip of like Gaara getting taken down by like 5 tiny little C0, not C0, by a couple of little like spider bombs that Deidara had imprinted into his sand. So yeah, I'm just trying to see like, you know, what do I give him for that? Obito is inside Kakashi. You know, someone could misinterpret that feat, but you know what? That's completely fine. Sorry, someone would misinterpret what you're saying there. I'm pretty sure Obito's been inside Kakashi a good number of times. He's at least been inside Kakashi once or twice. Actually, he's been inside Kakashi twice. Four Tails blows away field of snakes. Just saying. Malleable, stretchy hands that can attack Orochimaru. Snakes. Blows away field of snakes. And chakra corrodes a snake strike. Orochimaru uses another skin shed. Punches Naruto in the face. Face. What do we have here? Four Tails. In half. Hey, cut it out. That's gay. I love the Boondocks, dude. What was his name? What was the name of that what was the name of that rapper from the Boondocks? Gangstalicious? No, the other one. Gangstalicious, and then there was what was the name of the gay? What was it? Gangstalicious? Gangstalicious was like the gay rapper. Why he was like homies over hoes. Homies over hoes. Gomies over hoes. Gangstalicious? Boondocks, right? Yeah, this dude. Gangstalicious. Thugnificent and Gangstalicious. Yeah, this dude. Riley was having a whole fucking like internal issue. He was just crying out of his mind because he said, "Grandpa, does that mean I was his biggest fan? Grandpa, I might be gay." I'm like, "Yo, relax, dude. It's not that big of a deal." Like, it's all right, bro. Shit, you can still do everything you want to do, little bro. Shit. Four-tailed beast bomb. Chakra could even kill me. Orochimaru. Orochi states tailed beast bomb can even kill him. Hey, an interesting idea. Can you do? What if Naruto swapped villains? What if Naruto swapped villains with who? What if Naruto swapped villains with whom? The chakra is leaking out, seeks stability until the host assumes the form of the nine tails, or more malevolent. Can Naruto make it into the post time skip with a speed? Depending on what version you're talking about. Like, if we're talking like KCM2 onward, yeah. If we're talking speed, is the most classic shit ever. I miss old school sitcoms. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, the voice actor for Grandpa died, and I don't know if they're ever planning on like making another portion. Naruto was in front of Gaara's body and went one tail. Orochimaru cuck teases him about Sasuke and goes four tails, almost killing Sakura and Yamato. Yeah. If they swapped villains, I promise you, Naruto's not making it past the first. Naruto's not making it past Buggy. Naruto is not making it past Buggy, bruh. Huh. What is he doing against the Buggy Bomb? What is he doing against the fucking Buggy Bomb? Maybe with like a Nine Tails amp I could see him do it, but like a Buggy Bomb? No, he's not surviving Buggy Bomb. Do as what Naruto would do about as good as Luffy in the Paramount War? KCM2. KCM2 Naruto would do about as well as Luffy. Biting me. Four-tailed Beast Bomb. Triple Rashomon blocks the... Okay. Tailed Beast Bomb is blocked by the triple Rashomon. Orochimaru tries to stab Naruto with his sword of Kusanagi and is surprised it doesn't pierce him. The Buggy Ball can solo. I mean, can't Muzan just like tank the Buggy Ball? Can he just like regenerate from it? How many Buggy Balls would it take to kill Muzan? If a character uses chakra amps without a high enough level of control, it does waste chakra. They've been saying that to Naruto, especially like in the arcs where Naruto was training, for like the second round of the Chunin exams. They were basically telling him like, listen, you probably waste more chakra than you should. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-da-da ba-ba-da-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. To a fuck-ass explosion that destroyed a singular building. Yeah, but that fuck-ass explosion could have had, you know, like more fucking TNT than the Buggy Ball. I don't know, man. You might just be what do they call it? You might just be downplaying the Demon Slayer verse. Jesus, Lapis, all you do is downplay the Demon Slayer verse. The Demon Slayer verse is like massively FTL and they're all planetary. You didn't know that? You're just biased. You're biased, Lapis. You're biased. Are you certain Naruto isn't getting past Buggy? What feat does he have that can tell me that he's gonna tank a Buggy Ball? Cause like, let me put it like this. Buggy was never knocked out by Luffy. He was never necessarily knocked out by Luffy, right? Like, Buggy's a lot tougher than I feel like people give him credit for. The Buggy Ball is stated to literally have the capacity to destroy a small town. I can't tell you how strong Haku is. I can't tell you how strong Haku is. I can't tell you if Haku can destroy a small town. But what I can tell you is... One second. Naruto, at best, especially like in the first arc, punched Haku through an ice mirror, which again, have fun figuring out how tough those ice mirrors actually are within the context of the story. It's also the fact that there's like no statement within early Naruto that says, oh yeah, this could just blow away a small town. Or at least within like that first arc. There's nothing that implies it. Okay. Didn't pierce him. Swats away Sakura. The poisonous chakra. Forced Orochimaru to his limits. His body continues to reject him. His body continues to reject him. Sasuke blitzes an explosion. And the entirety of Naruto's squad casually handling all of them. Okay. It's funny because, like, the Rasen Shuriken, you can also just argue buggy. Like, I personally wouldn't argue it, but one could argue under a no limits fallacy that the Rasen Shuriken can't even really hurt Buggy if he just keeps splitting himself up, you know, because those are all bladed attacks or whatever. How does he get past the Lord of the Coast in Chapter 1? I don't know, man. That's crazy. I guess the Lord of the Coast is the first great villain of One Piece. Yeah, I could probably argue Naruto gets by Albedo. He probably beats Albedo. We let him hoping to get one Akatsuki member. You're a nuisance. It seems appropriate. You're going to have to clean up after yourself. Hold it. Doesn't pierce him. It does pierce a cyclone. Naruto is sealed by Yamato and healed by Sakura. Not necessary. Okay. Is Dan potentially strong because he can split it himself into a molecular level if he knew how to use it? Potentially. I could see it. Mato, that you used to pacify it. Like a poison entering your body. The medical jutsu is far too much. Naruto seeming immunity to the chakra is even more astonishing. Orochimaru inflicted earlier, only got hurt. Nine-Tails power shortcut, but you use it more like that, you'll hurt people around you. And being aware, you're going to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra. Your sorcery strength is not the Nine-Tails chakra. It's a very nice eye. Kishimoto can really fucking draw, dude. Is there anything impressive from any of this? Okay, yeah, they got curb stomped. Okay, yeah, they got curb stomped. There's nothing here for me to add. Handles them casually. Okay, next up is Rasen Shuriken training. Ooh. Rasen Shuriken training. Okay. Next up, we have the Rasen Shuriken training. Oh, I don't know. No, sorry about that. Sorry, that was just. I've been watching. I finished up the Great British Baking Professionals, and there's a judge named Benoit. I really love his accent. He's really cool. Also, very dapper dresser. French Eon. Yeah, no, I honestly like it was a really interesting like show to watch. Have you been playing too much Expedition 33? Just a little bit. Guys, I beat Simon in Expedition 33 last night. I have a clip recording of it with I have a clip recording on my PlayStation, and I even have a massive fucking pop off. That shit was so fucking funny. Dude, I don't know. I fought Oskio, which is part of like the new DLC that they added in for Claire Obscura after the Game Awards. And I beat the hardest boss in the DLC, and I also beat the hardest boss in the game, dude. That shit was so fucking good. Oh my god. With Simon, though, I couldn't do the one-shot build that I wanted. Unfortunately, with Simon, I just couldn't do the one-shot build that I wanted, but I ended up doing just enough that I could finish him off with Mael. It was really cool. Then again, my attack speed is the slowest among, and my aim is the worst among the Akatsuki, so you probably can't hit you anyway. Turkey of the 2 host. For you, Eon has made a video on that. What are you asking? Does Buggy slam Sukuna? Probably not. I wouldn't agree with that. Magellan versus the Akatsuki. Who wins? That's a very tough one. Did you finish Digimon Time Stranger? I don't have it. I did want to buy it, but I'm gonna be real. I don't usually have enough money left over to like just purchase a lot of games, and either way, I've just had to finish games lately. I've been really grinding at it to like finish platinuming Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and I've been grinding my ass off just trying to finish up Claire Obscura. I'm still missing. I want to platinum Claire Obscura, so I'm probably going to figure out the last bit of the Nevron quest. I have to get all of the Pictos, all of like the Expedition Pictos. And I might be done after that. I think I've done almost everything else in the game after that. But we gotta... Hedon states himself he's the slowest Akatsuki member in terms of attack speed. First aim. Kakuzu catches the Two Tails arm. Arm swipe. I would like to get Digimon Time Strangers too. I hope that it's on sale for Christmas so I can maybe get it. Espada versus Akatsuki would be nice. I've been watching and torturing myself with Bleach, although I am excited for a collab with Fortnite on the 20th. Lovely. Two Tails fireballs somewhat melt stone like Sasori's true form fire blast. Can't believe we're almost gonna reach 2026. Akatsuki capture Two Tails. Portion of the mountain, capture Two Tails. Portion of the mountain is destroyed. Kakuzu took no damage from that. Only Hidan took damage. Hey, what's up, Hakon? How you doing, man? You guys excited for the latest? You guys excited for the latest One Piece chapter that's gonna come out soon? Kakuzu and Hidan destroy large temple in their fight with a monk. Naruto has about 100 times Kakashi's reserves. You got that far into Shippuden already? I didn't do much work over the weekend, if I'm going to be honest with you. I really didn't do anything at all. One clone per leaf. Naruto upwards. Clones. Glazing Oda. He's done what? Very extremely. This isn't his best feat. You did glaze, though. I'm waiting until we get the last road poneglyph, and then I will catch back up with the series. That's fair. That's completely fair, honestly. I think that giving the series time to, like, really build up is honestly also a good way of taking care of, like, you know, figuring out stuff. Chakra blades. To retreat, even pierce that massive boulder behind it. I actually held back because it's dangerous, but I wanted to. I could have made it past completely through the rock, too. Well, two shinobi each face each other's blades. The sharper blade decides the outcome. Wind chimes is best suited for short, mid-distance battles. Naruto throws a chakra blade. His pierces the tree while Azuma pierces a massive boulder. He states he could go through if he wants. The fact that recently in chapter 1167 makes chapter 1 relevant again is just mind-boggling. Dragon Ball is better than Baki. It's definitely more entertaining in my opinion. Able to log in cumulative experiences into memory banks, release the jutsu reflecting on the exercise. Okay. Naruto uses the clone info/experience the clones make. Clones obtain releasing the mental fatigue also. Three 18 P okay. Okay. Deidara and Obito. Three Tails in an off-screen fight. Yo, did you see the Joy Boy hockey episode? I have not. I don't really watch the One Piece anime. I'm supposed to watch it with a friend of mine, but he and I, we don't hit each other up about when we're going to watch it. He doesn't watch it on his own. I definitely don't need to watch it on my own. It just do be happening. Where's the next step? And what's that? You're going to cut the waterfall. No way. You're going to lift the palms and slam wind chakra against it to cut the flow. In order, you'll need to activate a large amount of change in chakra nature, even if it's just for an instant. If you can clear this stage, you'll be able to use it in actual battle. Gain my first change in chakra nature. I've never imagined how rapidly that clumsy awkward Naruto would achieve change in chakra nature. The training method was a brilliant success. What you need is to transform a massive amount of chakra into the wind to cut the waterfall. If you make too many clones, your chakra will be that much weaker. Besides, the waterfall is only wide enough for about 10 of you. That's got to be some kind of special trick. You don't store the wind chakra to create yourself inside long enough. Take more time, be thorough, but if I take too long, it won't be useful on the battlefield. You're still in training, there's no need to talk about the battle for now. This it normally takes years to hone. Even the leaf cutting takes at least half a year. If you consider you've cleared in a few hours, don't need to rush. You're advancing much faster than expected. Even Sasuke, I need to catch up to. Well, I guess that was pretty hard on you, huh? No, I'm all completely. It's fine. Art of multi-shadow clone jutsu. I admit, this training method is quite impressive. The technology will progress with no. The training method isn't the only reason for this. Sasuke, that's what it's made himself determined. Split a waterfall with. I will say I do like the implementation of Kishimoto's training methods. Heavy foods right now. Yeah, slurp that stuff up. Come on. Then it's back to training. Something I need to explain first. Very interesting. Really. We started writing what we talked about importance. We say the other changing chakra force to shape one's chakra. Use the Chidori to explain it. But changing its chakra form, I'll discharge and I can set the range and action level. By adding a change in chakra, you can raise your attack. By adding a change in form on top of a change, you can raise your attack strength exponentially. Shinobi can perform both simultaneously or uncommon. Our exercises help you master change in chakra nature to win. Now you have a change in chakra form in jutsu. In regard the Rasengan, now this, interesting. Kakashi, I didn't know you could use the Rasengan. Yeah, but this is it. I didn't know you could do the Rasengan. I wasn't able to combine the Rasengan's change in form with change in chakra to nature energy. Combining a change in chakra nature takes incredible skill, but rather natural talent and intuition. And I'm not the only one who failed at this. Even the master who invented, even my teacher who invented this jutsu failed as well. That's right, even the fourth Hokage couldn't master a Super Rasengan. The fourth Hokage owned a change in form to its highest degree. That's the Rasengan. Mastering a change in form is already an A rank level of difficulty, but I still managed to copy it. The next step, however, is the problem. The fourth Hokage always intended to add his own change in nature to the Rasengan when he invented it. But what are you saying, the Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu? For a nice rank in difficulty, or possibly beyond. It might achieve in the unachievable, but there's nothing you can be taught from here on out. You're going to have to discover it for yourself. Understand why? You're the only ninja that can surpass the fourth Hokage. Make a stupid Rasengan to begin with, then add a change in chakra nature. It's like trying to left and right at the same time. Just look. Gears, Naruto Rasengans can blow away. Failed. Wind Rasengan. Yeah. is burnt. This is such a good panel. This is such a sick panel. Oh, the two guys. Yeah, about 200 clones, a solo, training. All you need to do is create a third me to control the wind and chakra nature, and if you look left and right, but create a double who can check out the direction for you. Two heads are better than one. My doppelganger, although this method works for Naruto, who can multiply both chakra and doppelgangers. A winning word for me of the fourth Hokage. Really are something. I'm finally starting to like you. Dude, I have to like rename this because this is bothering me. I'm gonna rename these real quick. 32. Okay, they're walking. So wait, what do I have to change? So they go to 10. So swap 12 for 11. So this is 11, 12, 13. Okay. Rename this to 13. Rename this to 12. Rename this to 12. And then rename this to 13. And then change this back to 11. Okay, we're good. So process over time, it conquers hockey, it turns it black. Maybe, I don't know. Multiple clones, yada 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 yada. So creates a massive crater with his new jutsu. So creates a massive crater with his new jutsu. Kakashi off guards Kakuzu. Kakashi off guards Kakuzu. Goes for Hidan, but is roundhouse kicked Kakuzu. Yep. Impact knocks down. Multiple trees. Ching. Blast of air blows away a large portion of the forest that they fight in. Both get hit by the large-scale wind jutsu. Kakuzu attacks Team 10 with Hedon. With False Darkness Jutsu, which Kakashi intercepts with Lightning Blade. Lightning blades. I can't let's drag on much longer. I know Master Kakashi's lightning was right in his face. Kakashi's used forward lightning blades. Kakashi has used 4 lightning blades. Much longer. Choji tries to crush masks, gets lightning mask. Kakuzu mixes with fire and wind masks. Naruto clashes jutsu with Naruto and Yamato's water hurricane. I'm just gonna call it a water hurricane. Okay. Okay. the fuck? Why don't I have the chapters? What the fuck? Okay, wait. 339. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. 339. I guess I just never got these chapters. That's so crazy to me. Wait, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, I downloaded everything into this. That's so dumb of me. Okay. Where's Kazekage Rescue? Kazekage Rescue Kazekage. I should have just whatever. Bum 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 ba da ba da ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum dun 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 dun. Okay. Delete. Sure. I'll just delete that. That doesn't matter. Okay. No, we got everything. We got everything. Okay. Okay. Based on the assault mode, based on his assault mode and battle style, I'm gonna need at least 3 doppelgangers for division alone. Seems at least master the technique of tapping into a shadow clone's experiences and using their knowledge to have this. Okay, what is that jutsu? Pitch, reverberation, jutsu, dialogue. This is as far as I've gotten. Finally, at least the shape. Let's see how you can do by colliding with my Rasengan. What? What is that jutsu? I'm getting a bad. It'll be bad if I must not let it hit me. Okay. Here we go. Steer clear. Use his powers on 9-toed Churika. It's certainly befitting of a beast. Okay. Attacking from 2 end. First Rasen Shuriken. Naruto is now using experience gained from clones to map out plans. Nearly lands a Rasen Shuriken. Nearly lands a Rasen Shuriken, but fails. Dissipates before activating. Going off. Always bundles of surprises with that boy. Huh? Did he win? No, it fell short. Here it belongs to me. Different Naruto, but you're still the same Naruto. When you said Rasen Shuriken, I figured you'd boomerang it. It's also when it hits. Name is misleading. Only works as a melee attack. Burns too quickly. It'll only last a few seconds, and we're stuck with and can't hit him that fast. But just as long as I use those lose, as long as I keep my distance, body's enough. Let me try this again. Now I know that what I'm doing. You remember he's a Akatsuki. Repeat your move, he'll just dodge it. Don't worry. Cross shaky bridges. The only show me able to pass the 4th Hokage. Met when you meant. Look, I need teamwork is I do, but right now the bridge I need is to cross alone, no matter how dangerous. If I do work the other side, I'll just be a kid forever. Take away the chance I have to prove what I can. What do you say? To see Naruto has changed. Then we are. Go on, Naruto. Better shift into a long range style. Yeah. Okay. Transform, that's a lot of... He didn't just transform, that's a lot of chakra. He's preparing for another jutsu. Here we go. Rasen Shuriken. Okay, he jumped. Just a distraction, the one I need to have. I'll infuse my own jutsu. Distracts Kakuzu mid-air. Rasen Shuriken, which puts him down. Kakuzu survives and has his chakra network destroyed. Kakashi kills him. Okay. Bum 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 ba 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 bum 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 bum. Almost an infinite amount of attacks. Kakashi states the RS has a near infinite number of attacks. Attacks. Can follow it with a magnificent Zenjutsu. Doppelgangers are just a version. I never thought you used them like the... Not quite as dumb as you look, Naruto. Not in Shikamaru's league, but hey, please don't compare me to Shikamaru. Kakashi states he has surpassed him. Kakashi states Naruto has surpassed him, but later tells he still hasn't. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Let's see. Delete. Delete. Sasuke take down 1,000 shinobi, but that's irrelevant. Must have broken half the bones in his body. It's not made for this kind of strain. Any jutsu is only meant as a last resort. What am I talking about? The MS. Okay. Let's see. That he may eventually surpass him. Tells him he may even surpass. And he could have used MS. Okay. Okay, finally. Completely severed. The Rasen Shuriken, very thorough. More like a poison. Tsunade states RS. Works more like a poison in that it damages believe it shapes the wind chakra into an armada of tiny swords and systematically attacks every cell in the body. The body. Poison indeed. Then I suppose it would be more practical to speak in terms of concentration rather than the number of attacks. Then it would be practical to speak in terms of concentration rather than the number of attacks. Kakashi says it's more about concentration rather than the number of attacks. But not as severe, granted, but the same. If Naruto continues to use the jutsu, then before long he'll altogether lose his ability to wield chakra. It's a powerful jutsu that comes with risks. Once a cell of the body is cut off from the Keiraku, it's beyond my ability to heal it, even with my medical ninjutsu. Be sure that Naruto understands that. Yo, I'm having a bit of an issue right now. Tsunade says that once a cell has been cut from the network, she can't heal it. She says that once a cell has been cut from the network, she can't heal it. But she also heals Naruto's chest whenever he gets tagged by Kabuto. Just to show you guys. Let me rename this Kazekage Rescue. I feel like I'll have a way easier fucking time if I just do that. Not Kazekage Rescue, search for Tsunade. Right here. I cut off his heart's Heirakuke. Heirakuke. Reiraku. Keirakuke. Naruto Keirakuke. The Keirakuke, literally meaning the meridian system. Keirakuke. Yeah. Okay. So Naruto either doesn't have any more chakra cells or whatever on his chest. chakra network he heals himself off of. I've used everything I had to stop him from healing on his own. Shut up, I'll kill you later. Induced arrhythmia. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's confusing. That's confusing as fuck. All right. So what was the last thing we got? That's just confusing as fuck, then. Eddie is cut off. He might heal. That's so dumb, dude. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. So that's like an inherent contradiction then, right? That has to be an inherent contradiction at that point. This is so funny. Look at Naruto and Sakura's faces. She's literally, they just look the same. The chakra network isn't it's not really like the nervous system per se. It's like, imagine having a series of extra blood vessels throughout your body that are like with like little points that are thinner than like a prick of a pin. Hey, what's up, Cynical? It's like that. Uzumaki Naruto. Here, front and center. Nice to meet ya. This is cute. This is very cute. I like this. No, not completed videos. There we go. Covers. Yeah, that's a nice little thing. Is a yaoi shonen plot twist. Naruto and Sakura were seeing the same thing. Maybe to make a black sword, you have to fulfill your dream or something along the lines. It's like the arteries on the larger one can be stitched, and extremely minuscule ones nobody has the skill to repair. Well, not necessarily, because it says right here. Fuck, I got rid of it. Tsunade was basically stating in Shippuden that once a cell is removed from the Keirakuke, which is the chakra network, once a cell is removed from the chakra network, even she can't heal it. But Kabuto specifically destroyed the chakra network around Naruto's heart, preventing him from ever healing it. So I'd imagine that Naruto can't heal damages to the chest specifically. She could still heal it, but she can't heal the chakra network itself, is what I'm intending here. Destroys most of everyone of the chakra network down to a cellular level. Tsunade cut a few, it doesn't do a lot. If Tsunade cut a few, it doesn't do a lot, though. That's not what she's referencing. I'll bring up the panels again. Okay. Right here. And then right here. How's the research? Well, we finished typing up all the information that I think I needed, but there's a statement right here that I'm kind of confused about. So, let me show you guys both statements next to one another, so that way, you know, you guys have an idea of, like, the little discrepancy that I'm having. This might just straight up be, like, a contradiction in and of itself. What's up, Big Man again? So, right here, it says, Kabuto says, I cut off his heart, Heirakuke. Don't focus on the fact that it starts off with an H. I think that was just a mistranslation. The Keirakuke, I've cut off his heart's Keirakuke, which means he's cut off his heart's chakra network. He has to have cut it off. Okay. He himself, the chakra network he heals himself with from the powers of the Nine Tails. I used everything I had to stop him from healing with his own chakra. Tsunade here says, if Naruto, not that one. Once a cell of the body is cut off from its Keirakuke, it's beyond my ability to heal it even with medical ninjutsu. So what I'm thinking that this is trying to imply, at least, given without it, you know, inherently contradicting itself, because she does heal Naruto. As a matter of fact, let me just get the rest of the chapters just to make sure I'm not bugging the fuck out. What it explicitly now means is that Naruto no longer has, either Naruto A doesn't have a Keirakuke in his heart anymore, or B, Tsunade fucking lied. Tsunade just straight up fucking lied. Both can be true at the same time if Tsunade, because Tsunade states right here that what the fuck was the state? Oh, 68. There we go. It's one chapter away from being the funny number. 100 over the funny number, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. You can see right here that she's trying to save Naruto's life, which is fine and all, but that means that she hasn't been able, that means that right here she wasn't capable of actually, you know, healing the fucking damage itself. She was able to heal the heart. She wasn't able to heal, you know, the actual chakra network around his heart. It possibly just means that Naruto now is in a situation where he cannot actually heal his heart regardless of what happens to him because he doesn't have the chakra network made. I'm thinking that that's basically what it's trying to tell me. Because otherwise, both of these statements just sort of inherently contradict one another. I'll leave them up here so you guys can figure out the heart Keiraku is large enough to repair, the ones connecting the cells aren't. That doesn't make any fucking sense, and that's not even remotely stated within the entire story that the heart now has a larger Keirakuke than anywhere else in the body. That's just not true. She says right here, once a cell of the body is cut from the Keirakuke, it's beyond my ability to heal it even with my medical ninjutsu. This one here says the heart's I cut off his heart's Keirakuke. That just means that Naruto no longer has a chakra network flowing around his heart. As far as I'm aware, he no longer has a chakra network in his heart. Or at least around his heart. Probably not, at least according to our theories. I think we're cooking? No. His dream has to create a peaceful Albathimu. Didn't want that, so yeah, he was overwhelmed. Something along these lines. I don't know. I think this is something interesting to note of. This is something interesting to note of. Which just makes the whole matchup worse for Naruto, in my opinion, if I'm to take this as anything even remotely close to true. Veins are also this way. The ones connected to the cells are minuscule. I think Nesjuro. I'm not entirely convinced. Because by that logic, it's saying that, like, the Keirakuke, without any statements prior, the Keirakuke is also just thinner around certain organs than it is around others. I'm not exactly sure if I'm okay with that, especially with, like, nothing to inherently back it up within the story itself, you know what I mean? Not sure if I would say I agree with that, per se, but we'll keep going. Look up veins and capillaries. No, I get what you're saying. It's just the chakra network is never implied even remotely to have, like, thinner portions of it other than, like, the actual points themselves being slower. One is cellular while the other is around the organ. They're both cellular. Is more potent. It's shown that there's not the size difference between each chakra network connecting the cells and organs. And it's shown, but not... Where is it shown that there are different sizes of the chakra network? Because I can quite literally just show you right here. I also have images of the chakra network throughout, like, different portions of the story. None of that is ever even remotely implied. Let me show you. We mostly get images of the chakra network around here. Would it matter necessarily big the chakra network is? Luffy directly hits him with a red rock. It's burning up his organs. Well, it's not so much that. Well, yes, his own heartbeat wouldn't be able to, not his own heartbeat, his own regeneration wouldn't be able to, like, remake the chakra network as far as I'm aware. I do agree that black blades, oh no, that's something else. Specifically from the anime. Let me keep checking. Chunin exams brings up the chakra network around these portions right here. We'll just keep moving. Okay. Okay. No, those are for the gates. Do, 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 do. I think it matters afterwards because we usually. Okay, so it's not this one. So then we go on to. We already did the search for Tsunade arc. Does it ever show any organs in here? Fuck, I'm really going through all this now. No, I definitely wouldn't find it here. And yeah, it was. Search for Tsunade, Sasuke retrieval. I think the only time we really see the chakra network. He's changed drastically. The Skyper's going hyperactive in those marks. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Oh, right here. Could you say Kishimoto forgot and Naruto should have heart attacks when stressed? Well, he actually happened, but it wasn't implied that his chakra was just him being a simp. It wasn't so much him being like a simp. Forced to full Dressrosa into itself was the remaining energy from the clash after colliding with Naruto Flamingo's strongest moves. Would it be would it matter necessarily how big the chakra network is? A direct hit from Red Rock? Oh yeah, no. So damn, since when have you been live? I've been live all day. As a matter of fact, I forgot to put it on the Discord, but it's fine. No need to put it. People know I'm live now. What's good, Six? Hey, Six, real quick. I beat Simon and I beat Oskio yesterday. I beat both of them back to back yesterday. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why I didn't put up a notification. I didn't put up a notification on the live. That's on me. If YouTube didn't notify you, I don't know. That's on him. It can dissolve and reform those cells and proteins at will using chakra, and even affects the protein of which the cells are made out of. It's intricately complicated. You know the Kiryaku, which chakra flows, is intertwined deeply within your internal organs, right? But to go into more detail, the Kiryaku is with systems that control the functioning of the organs. With systems that control the functioning of the organs. It's related to the cells themselves. So the chakra network is stated to be revolt. Are you just gonna jump straight to the end now? No, I want to get the. Have you beaten Simon yet? By the way, I know that you were working towards beating him. I got a really cool. By the way, I got a really cool build with Verso that's evolved entirely around just making shots with him. Yo, Six, I want your opinion on something. I want you to stretch the. I want to show you something real quick. So you see this statement right here? You see this statement right here? He says he cut off. I have not. I went backpacking over the weekend. Hey, that sounds nice. How was that? How was that, man? Holy shit. That sounds fun as fuck. I'm not personally a fan of backpacking myself, but like that sounds fun. Okay, so it says right here, I cut off his heart's K-Rakuke. The H is just a mistake. The heart's K-Rakuke, the chakra network he heals himself with from the power of the Nine Tails. I used everything I had to stop him from healing on his own. But then Tsunade in the Rasen Shuriken training arc or whatever says, once a cell from the body is cut off from the K-Rakuke, it's beyond my ability to heal even with my medical ninjutsu. Be sure that Naruto understands that. We did around 13 miles in and 5 out. That's cool as fuck. So this is basically either doing one of two things. It's either implying that Kishimoto either forgot about this specific tidbit of information and Tsunade is either lying, or she simply forgot that she did it to Naruto when she healed him. Or, my personal belief is that Tsunade could still heal Naruto's induced arrhythmia and his torn heart muscles. She could fix that. But she hasn't been able to fix his actual chakra network from like the inside of his heart. In other words, Naruto no longer has a chakra network around his heart. Or at least it's implied by these two statements. What do you think? I'm kind of thinking that, like, in order to remain at least the consistency of the series, I might just say, like, Naruto no longer has a chakra network around his heart. I think that's fine. There is probably an argument to be made since Naruto never really takes a shot to the chest anyway. The only other time he does is like around like when Sasuke pierces him with a Chidori, but you can just say that was like the right side of his chest, not the left, where his heart is. Anyway, that's sort of where I'm at with that. We're going back. We're going to continue reading. I'm inclined to believe he no longer has a chakra network in the heart. Right? Like, that's kind of what it's implying then, right? So, like, if Luffy at any point just punches him in the chest with enough force to explode his heart, he just automatically loses. Like, that just inherently implies if Naruto ever takes a hit to the chest, specifically to the heart from Luffy, he just auto loses. We'll use this as our point and for search 5 kilometers. As good as new. So which is it? Sasuke or the Nine Tails? Which shall it be? This is a really cool one. We'll throw that into like, it's either Kishimoto straight up forgot and you still think Naruto has a Heirakuke in his heart, or you think, oh, well, or it's just implied that Naruto no longer has a chakra network inside of his heart. It's one or the other. You know what I mean? You're Sasuke, okay? I think this fight is relatively important. Okay, so now we go into the Itachi Pain arcs. And then we need everything between 348 and 391. Is that already within the drive? Going from the manga to the God threat? Okay, yeah, you guys are talking about something else. Bleach, Naruto, Kakashi flashback, the Kazekage rescue, Line of Waves, Master of the Nine Tail, Pain arc, Rasen Shuriken. Is it in the Pain arc? Sorry, I got a song stuck in my head right now. Dude, we really gotta, like, get through this. I'm probably gonna be streaming the next few days, like, really late. Yeah, we'll probably be streaming, like, really fucking late the next few days. It's fine. Okay, they have a conversation. It's disconnects. between the manga and the anime. The manga is much more at the pace you decide to read it, but I do agree the anime drags on. No, the anime, the One Piece anime can definitely just suck at times, especially with so many of the little tidbits of moments where like you're just sitting there hearing just background noise from wherever they're at as the characters sit there in silence. Like, yeah, no, I don't fuck with that at all, dude. I do not. Okay. Sasuke now easily reacts to explosions, but we're already far past that. Sasuke reacts to explosions. She can't heal it. Okay. Itachi through pain arcs. Oh, it shoots up like that. It's okay. Okay. The Itachi through pain arcs. Just turn these off. Hey, what's up, Traveler? How you doing, man? Okay, so we're gonna do the Itachi through pain arc stuff. Sasuke, obviously, at this point, Sasuke reacts to bomb explosions by casually summoning a large snake. Hope you guys are doing well. I think we found something really interesting here, though. I think we found something really interesting today, and that's that Naruto's chakra network around his heart might actually not exist anymore. I think that's honestly like a really interesting little tidbit to like figure out. Let me hit him with some C1 explosions, these little bombs. Okay, so he lost to the C1 explosions, right? Okay. Sasuke hits all of the little explosions in one little go. Throws a bomb back. Da-da-da. Okay, both evaded the explosion. I somehow managed to escape hidden in the bomb blast. Good thing I kept... Okay. Most feats related to Deidara are above the speed of explosions. Potential massively hypersonic scaling from the lightning fast statement in Kazekage arc. 34. What was your favorite? What was my favorite boss fight in Expedition 33? I don't know. There's a lot of boss fights that, looking back, are really fucking good. I guess you could say my favorite fight was against Clea, but that's only because I one-shot the bitch, and I never actually saw anything that she did. She never got a turn on me. I don't know what Clea can specifically do. Oh, you got all the way to the Pain arc already. Yeah. Hopefully we get to finish Pain and the rest of Naruto tomorrow. Hopefully we finish Pain today. That way I get to just finish the rest of Naruto tomorrow, and then that leaves me about 3 days to get as much information for One Piece as possible. I might genuinely just straight up need like the Dressrosa I can do on my own. I might really need like somebody to help me out with like Punk Hazard. I might need somebody to help me out with like Punk Hazard, and I might need fuck, it's really just Punk Hazard, and I guess I could use Egghead. I don't really have much from Egghead. I don't really have a lot from Egghead. Because I can do Fishman Island on my own. Oh, and basically everything from like Thriller Bark up until like Marineford. Everything from like those arcs onward. Okay, potentially the lightning fast statement in Kazekage arc. Okay, let's just remove these. Okay. Top left corner, yes. Okay. We're going with that. Yep, that's the plan, Toby, my man. Holy fuck, Sumo made it. Rage quit the Ono arc. Literally 3 minutes of waving hands going, oh, whoa, 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 I'm gonna fall. Yeah, that. That's why I mostly read the manga. I kind of stopped watching One Piece at some point around, like, Whole Cake Island. I never really watched all of Wano. I mostly experienced it through the manga, and then I think that anything from, like, the top of Onigashima onward is just takes the cake. Oh, 6, have you done the tower yet? I think I also like the fight in the tower where you're fighting with like the painted lovers. I think they're really cool, specifically because of the black hole stuff that they do. What arcs do you need? Can you help me out and get basically everything in Thriller Bark from like Thriller Bark all the way up until to like the start of Marineford? You don't have to do everything today. You don't even have to do everything within the next couple of days. I would just appreciate like either those or like Punk Hazard and I can do Dressrosa, Punk Hazard and like Whole Cake. I would really appreciate like Punk Hazard and Whole Cake. Cause I'm gonna cover through I hope to cover Elbaf on my own. Just to like really Elbaf and Egghead I specifically want to cover on my own just because I haven't scaled those yet. I mostly haven't scaled those two. Okay. Yeah, Painted Lovers was awesome. I forgot about that fight. Painted Lovers is crazy, especially with like the implications of like the black holes and stuff that they were able to generate. By the way, Simon did remove. By the way, 6. Simon did remove my party from the canvas. I ended up leaving Mael as a go-to last round pick for when I can put him in canvas range, and then I basically just one-shotted him with a turn 1 Stendhal plus first offense. It was really good. Okay, so he sends that, causes a giant explosion. First things first, then he hits that, copied. I can do Punk Hazard and Whole Cake most likely. If you can do either of those two, I would genuinely appreciate that. Just any feats for Luffy and any feats that could be used to scale Luffy a little bit better, like the Virgo stuff. Just that stuff is fine. First things first, then let me its length was about 5 meters. Copied that off of Kakashi, and I'll give you credit for those changes in chakra form. He's a long distance fighter. Yeah, he's caught on to my threshold. He's got more than one blast at this time. Okay. Sasuke needed CSM2 to tank an explosion. Sasuke needed CSM V2 in order to tank explosion. When the fuck did they set up? Are you doing... I'm only doing everything up until Naruto the Last. I'm only doing everything up until Naruto the Last. Should be large planetary because of its size. Eon, which is technically a spoiler for Renoir. It's fine. You didn't have to say the Renoir stuff, but yeah, it's fine. In the mines again? Yeah, we're back in the mines. We're back in the mines. We're back in the One Piece mines, the Naruto mines, all the mines here and there and all that other crap. Ochimaru's curse monk. I didn't realize you could grow wings too, so neatly avoid the blast by landing. By flying up. Good work, Toby. Now get out of here. I've set up all the landmine claims, his missile guided from above and landmines from below, huh? The key point here is the C2 coordinated assault between landmines. C2. In order to tank C2 explosion. C2 explosions. Okay. Oh. Pinpoint missiles from the air. The ground is already completely seated and all that's left up. Now that has a limit any of my movements from the mines below and the missiles above, and he's also making sure to hover just above my maximum attack radius. You think you can still avoid my aerial attacks with your wounded leg? Let's see you do that again. Okay. Sends out here an airborne fool. I do like... Anybody likes the designs of Deidara's bombs? Another C2 bomb. Blows up Sasuke's wing. C2 bomb. Large C2 bomb. Blows up Sasuke's wing. Hopefully we'll be able to get as much scaling done within the next couple of days, just because I really, really want to finish this. 6, I don't... And also, 6, this is not to rush you or Bob or Lapis or anybody that likes to help me, or Jeff, if you guys do want to help me out with this. Could you maybe have them... could you maybe have, like, the scans done by, like, Friday? Because I do want to start writing the script over the weekend, or at least... I don't know if this weekend's going to be good for me to write that, just because I have, like, very personal life plans at that point, but... I do want to start the paper, and I do want the script, and I do want to already start the editing by like next week. I do not want to take any longer than like Wednesday next week to like have the script out of the way so I can do voice recording by like Friday and just start editing the entire video. It's gonna be like very clutch time for me. I can do both. Bunk Hazard shouldn't take too long. Yeah, I'd really appreciate it if you can just have them done by like Friday at the latest. Yeah. If not, it's fine. I'll do it myself. Just let me know around Friday, and I'll do it myself. It's perfectly fine though. Have Kishimoto and Kubo worked on anything past Boruto and Bleach Held Arc respectively? No, I don't believe so. Besides like the Samurai 8 stuff. Remind me what format you want the images in. Just use Weeb Central, and you see right here. You just see the format that it spawns in right here. Just this with like four digit numbers, a dash, and then like 3-digit numbers. That's it. Just leave it like that. Literally just hit save image, save image, save. Don't type in anything, don't do anything. Just save image, save image, save. That's all you need to do. Shouldn't have used your wings as a shield. Now you won't be able to block anymore. Okay. Throws a thing from pulls the shuriken. Take me down with those lateral movements. He's going up the blind side. Sasuke's doomed. Okay. Electrifies them. Okay. By the way, this is 5 meters. Let's just see 23 feet, 7 meters. Yeah, okay. Sasuke states his Chidori spear has a max range of 5 meters. States his Chidori has max almost 2 meters shorter than Bartholomew Kuma. Okay. Let's see something real quick. 22 feet is... A foot is 12 inches. 22 feet is 240 inches. 247 inches. 247 inches is about a little under 5 meters, 6.7, 6.2, 6.3 meters. 6.3 meters. 1.3 meters shorter than Bartholomew. We'll just put 1.3. 3 meters. My day's been alright. Started up a little late, around like 1 p.m., but it's okay. We are just trying to get through as much as possible. We're going to get through this, and then hopefully within the next hour we get the pain stuff. I think I have a good number of the pain stuff. It's alright if it does. He extended his range by a limited distance with one wing jump. It's obvious that he's lured me into a shuriken attack to get me into range of his chakra. Blast. I can't move. Your balance. My position. I'm right above his blade where he lured me with a shuriken attack to get me in range of his chakra blade. Okay. God, I can't move the same shuriken from earlier. So he just pulled them in again? Sure. Where the fuck are the shuriken in all of this? Sure. Do you think Kishimoto's a foot guy? Likely. He likes drawing feet. Honestly, feet are low-key fire. What the fuck, man? Literally only USA and use Imperial. Yeah. But it's because we're #1, baby. Woo! Yeah, oh god, freedom units. Kuma is taller than the Chidori's max length. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The Uchiha is still lacking something one way or another. What are you guys talking about with toes and feet? Where did you guys see toes and feet from? Where did you guys see toes and feet? I guess right here, sure. You guys have problems. I can't even blame Kishimoto. I I remember growing up in high school, there was a girl in my class that was like, "Oh my god, feet, ew, so gross," and stuff like that. And the entire time I'm thinking, like, isn't that just a part of the body? Like, just saying, right? Like, at the time I was just like, huh, okay. I mean, I guess, like, because I get where people come from with it, right? It's like some people just have really bad foot odor, and why would you be attracted to a part of the body that like stinks so much? I thought about the same thing again when I was like, when I saw somebody was like into like armpit fetish when I was talking to them in college. I was like, doesn't that stink just about as much, if not worse, potentially? I mean, I guess depends on the person, right? I don't know. I feel like there's parts of the body that like I could maybe get why people are attracted to, but then there's some things with like the human body that I'm just like, dude, I don't want to talk about this. We're not gonna get into this discussion. I'm not gonna get into it any more detail than that, but like it is kind of crazy in my opinion. I don't know. Fetishes are a weird thing. I think like feet and even armpit though are like by most comparisons like just kind of all right. And pretty Kishimoto practiced to perfect feet. Yeah, he had to have practiced. I mean, you don't just draw feet that well, to be fair. Heard this somewhere. Not even mentioning. Oh, don't mention that, please. Goddamn. Please don't mention that. We're not gonna talk about that. I'm gonna just like remove the comment. Not because you said anything wrong. Just want to remove that. I don't even want that in the chat. But yeah. Also could get the demonetized stream if we just talk about that. It's okay. You're not in trouble or anything. Just don't want to have that up. But yeah, it's just says Gunnar Eon. Listen, we're not listen, I'm not gonna talk about like the human body's waste. I get the human body, I don't get the waste part of it. Fair enough. I heard no, it's not even a severe lap in judgment. It's just I'd rather just not have that kind of stuff. Yeah, like clean feet and shit like that. Like I could get why somebody likes that, but when it gets to like dirty things and all that stuff, I'm just like, dude, that just used to be weird up if either, but at some point you just get used to them and stops being weird. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's like I don't think it's like the weirdest thing ever, is all I'm saying. Like if Kishimoto actually was a foot guy, I'd be like, all right. I mean, I'd still shake his hand, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Me personally, it's not the weirdest fucking thing. I've been on portions of the internet where I've seen some really wild shit. Like, I don't know, man. Did not deny being called a gooner though. Well, fuck you. I get called it enough times, and I'm like, why the fuck would I keep fighting it? Like I can't make a joke. I can't make a joke out here about I don't know, all the females in One Piece and Naruto and Bleach without, you know, being called a gooner, man. You do anything that is even remotely perceived as gooner stuff, and you're just automatically like just called a gooner. I don't know, man. Shit is crazy. Shit is crazy in my opinion. I have not been writing down anything even remotely relevant to this. The stuff that Sasuke does here, Naruto can't even replicate at this point in the story, so why the fuck? His gooning is justified. To be fair, who the fuck doesn't like Nico Robin? And whoever doesn't like Nico Robin, just accept the title. I'm not accepting bullshit. Fuck you guys. So as long as they're clean, it's less grow than something like rimming. What the All right, we're done with this conversation. You guys can keep having that. I'm not talking about this anymore. All right. Deidara's, what is this? The C4 bomb? Deidara's C4 blows up tiny little microscopic particles. Nami beta. Nico Robin is low-key mid. Nami is better. Damn. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. I do agree with the sentiment, but like, damn, you don't gotta call Nico Robin mid. Fuck wrong with you? That's almost grounds for getting removed, for having your mod status removed. Nobody trashes Nico Robin in our group. All right. The things that I would let Nico Robin do to me, bruh. Come on now. Come on now. Somebody asked, one night with Nami and Robin or like $10 billion and no depth across the human world. Oh, trust me, I'm going to be a very selfish man at that point. All I'm saying is that one night, I don't think I need to do anything past that one night. I could just live happy. Though, to be fair, it's very sad if I say that a night with two female characters from a manga are enough to make me want to not give the rest of the world no debt, to be fair. I like black hair, but Nico Robin's build kind of sucks. She has the same build as Nami. What the fuck are you talking about? They quite literally have the same build. It doesn't even have like all One Piece women have the same build type of thing. It's just like those two quite literally have the same build. Also, Perona's up there as well. Perona, Shaki, fuck it, Shakuyaku and Shaki. We love and respect some of the mermaids from Fishman Island as well. Fuck, who else? I don't know. Khalifa, she might be a government agent specifically for her. All right. Was on an island with 100-degree Fishman karate users and doesn't use it. More like nice Robin. Hey, what's up? Obliterate. Hope you're good. Okay, that's my greatest masterpiece. Karura super nano sized particles. How big is something? Let's just say nano. Let me just see. I don't know. We'll just say nano-sized meters. Okay, so they're smaller than a cell. So cellular, at the cellular level. Bombs are smaller than cells. Bombs are smaller than his cells. Sure. Sasuke countered everything with lightning release. Okay. Boa isn't even mid. She's just ugly. Big ass forehead. I don't know what to tell you, buddy, but most women have big ass foreheads. I don't know what to say that. A clay clone jutsu. First time I've nullified the Sharingan. Do you like my C4 attack? Now who's running out of chakra? Okay. Okay. Just as I thought. Inside the models, full of invisible bombs. Now that I've used up the remaining of my chakra, this piece is good. Your lightning blade will never reach me. Game over. Also, Deidara falling from the top of trees hurt him. I'll just type that in real quick. From above the trees hurt him. I just wanted to say your Fishman Island size scale was pretty cool. I imagine the plaza was at the center of the island and it's actually double the distance of Mermaid Cove. Probably. What, how? This is no genjutsu. How did you disarm the bombs from the beginning? You were facing them. How fast these eyes can read them. All of your jutsus are used no tone or earth size. My Chidori is right tone. You do the math, so you figured out the lightning used to beat it. Yeah. Okay. We've got... I was about to say, no way. No way that's 2 pages. Okay. The tone is vulnerable to right tone. Your bombs can be diffused by running right tone through them. It's their Achilles heel. Now you see. You have the lightning blade through yourself. You turned all the C4s of your bodies into duds, but the effort sure wore me out. By the way, my jutsu is called Chidori. I can't believe he dissected my art quick point quickly. After detonating, I've been analyzing you from the get-go. Won't be countered. Your first bombs, I noticed that the bombs are hurled at me. Many of them didn't go off. That's when I formulated a hypothesis that only go off. Okay, yeah. All this stuff is not relevant to Naruto at all. Yeah, all this stuff is just not relevant to Naruto, but I'll keep throwing it in just for the sake of it. Okay. Hey, what's up, Bob? Hey, Bob, can you mind if I ask you for a favor? Is there any chance that you can help me get the thriller bark through, like, Thriller, anything between like Thriller Bark through like Impel Down in terms of scans, just like anything there, and you can just throw them in. You can just do this the same thing I've been saying before. Just click save image and then just save. Just save image, save image, save. You don't even have to do anything because like I'm trying to like run through the math. If I get through the rest of Naruto tomorrow, that only leaves me 3 days to get all of the information. You're already on Sabaody? Oh, thank you so much, Bob. Thank you so freaking much, dude. Yeah, if you can just have them ready by like Friday, I would really appreciate it. And if you can't, just please let me know, and I'll go through the rest of it on my own because I want to get through as much of this as possible. I want to be able to get through as much of this as possible. Also, look in DMs. I got you. DMs. Boss thinks those guys from the Straw Hat crew. Nami, we could buy her too. That's crazy. That's crazy. Sanji is never beating the allegations. That's so fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, Sanji probably deserved that. He'll cover a 10-kilometer blast radius. C0 has a 10-kilometer blast radius, so it's about 20 kilometers total in diameter. Sasuke can't outrun it. Sasuke can't outrun it. Outrun it. Sanji is a bum. Of course he would say that. Yo, you guys are all haters. Damn. You guys are hateful. You guys are all just haters. You're all just haters. Yo, yesterday I saw a video of some girl that essentially like did so much tanning that she's basically like damaged her skin permanently, and she has like a bunch of little holes everywhere. Like not holes, but like little marks all over her body. And the entire time I'm just thinking to myself, holy shit, this dumb chick just gave herself fucking cancer, dude. I just couldn't help but feel bad, dude. Like, how do you push yourself to a point where, like, you do that? I don't hate Sanji, just slandering him sometimes and glaze him sometimes. I do have an attachment. I have no attachment to him as a character. That's completely fair. I feel that way about a lot of characters. Also, 10 kilometers seems to be, like, very fucking big in Naruto, because that means that this follow-up town isn't even 10 kilometers big, dude. That's crazy. 10 kilometers is really not that big. I mean, you also see this. Yo, this entire time that I hear people talking about the fucking, seeing the horizon of the tailed beast bombs in the 4th grade Shinobi War, and how you can see like the horizon or whatever. You can see like the Earth's curvature. Yeah, you can also see the Earth's curvature for a 10-kilometer blast radius. Why the fuck should I believe that the 10 tails explosions? Yeah. That's crazy to me. That's so crazy to me, dude. All I'm saying is the whole, like, oh, you can see things off of, like, the curvature of the Earth or whatever. I feel like all those explosions, I feel like people really do overestimate how big these explosions actually are. Didn't Harold and Rocks have a 10-kilometer clash? Yeah, they did something about that. It was like 5 kilometers or something. Just the force of their attacks clashing blew away everything within 5 kilometers. Of large-scale destruction, yeah. I believe it. I always thought he was one of the stronger ones. I'll take this for day that died. Peter Sasuke has died as well. Be grateful to him. He sacrificed himself to save you a lot of trouble. Itachi, Obito, Toby has died too. Deidara has detonated himself without any regard for his partner. I can't believe the escape artist is going to get caught without being... Must have been some jutsu, no matter. The loss of Deidara, however, is unfortunate. Okay, I'll take this. These are good statements for Deidara. It's just a perspective thing. Oh, no, I'm aware it's just a perspective thing, but they use the same thing to say that, like, you know, curvature of the Earth automatically means something. You can also see the curvature of the Earth when Vanica blows up the disciples, and those explosions are shown to be not that big. Yeah, it's just a perspective thing. I can agree with that. Reversed summoned himself into Manda. You're all beat up. What are you doing? You used me, you insolent brat. You hit those hypnotized eyes. Okay. Sasuke can't outrun it, so he summons Manda, puts him into genjutsu, and then gets reverse summoned by Suigetsu. Okay. Extreme high diff fight. This was definitely an extreme diff fight for Sasuke. I'm not gonna even remotely say that this isn't. Wait, if you use teleportation ninjutsu to escape another dimension inside Manda, why are you so beat up? Just before we jumped, Manda and I were hit by the blast wave. Okay, so he was hit by the blast wave. My opponent was one of the Akatsukis. He was a lot stronger than I anticipated. Manda died to the blast wave. Manda died to the blast wave. Okay. So he was slow enough to get hit by the blast wave, but fast enough to avoid the full explosion. Orochimaru's illness made him weak. Yep. Okay, if Bob didn't do Thriller Bark. It says, okay, wait, Jeff, he says that he's already up to Sabaody. So can you do like Impel Down for me then? Can you do like Impel Down and Amazon Lily, please? I'd appreciate those two. Six said he can get Punk Hazard. From there, I think I should have almost everything else, and I can just check over Dress Rosa on my own time. By the way, hard ass fucking panel right here. Hard ass panel, head to toe, fucking sick as fuck. There's no way you can't tell me Kishimoto can't draw, bro. I love this fucking art style, especially when it's stuff like this. Holy shit, dude. Amazon Impel Down? Yeah, please. You don't need to like have it done by tonight. You can take your time with it. I would appreciate it by like I would at least appreciate it by like Friday. I forgot Conan exists. Yeah, she does exist. She is definitely one of the characters of all time. Conan is more than certainly one of the characters of all time, ladies and gentlemen. It's not letting up, you know, the storm usual around this. Could have told me, sorry about your little brother, left the clan, man. Itachi, I'm standing out. He's not dead. What do you mean? It seems the storm has silently passed. So you found any leads on Itachi? Sure. Shape up. Herb. We'll track down something general. Special chakra. Who possesses chakra? What did you say? Just like Kari. So even lowly animals can sense chakra. Dog himself, Pain always gets the saucy panels. Yeah, no, 100%. I agree. Pain is one of the best fits and just like all around appearances within the entire series. I think that he's genuinely speaking one of the best designed characters from like, not even from like a villain perspective, like anything like that, just like design. Just giving one of your villains a bunch of like black rod piercings all over their body. I'm not even a guy who likes piercings. I think like after a certain extent it's just completely overdone. It just doesn't look nice. But in general, like, I do very much like the way that Pain is designed. It's like enough, but not too much. You know what I mean? And also giving him like Naruto's hairstyle, but with like a lot more like threads and spikes, I think is also a lot cooler. I forgot to ask, what did you think about the new Mojulo chapter and its scaling? Well, for one, Yuka just completely shoots up in terms of like how powerful of a sorcerer I thought she was, because she was just using cursed energy before as a form of amplification with like those claw marks or whatever that she used to use, but now she just has the 10 fucking shadows, and she has Maharaga, and she can fucking dip herself into the shadow like Sukuna. Yeah, alright. I can get why. I'm not a fan of like the little like bull nose piercing that you can give somebody like down here at the bottom, like the end of the nose, like between like the nostrils. But I do like these. These are really cool to me. Wait, you meant Pain or Obito? What are you talking about? She forced him to use Izanagi? Yeah. Honestly, piercings depend on a person and the amount of piercings. Yeah, like a person that has like way too many fucking piercings. At that point, I'm just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. A person with too many piercings I can't even look at. They just gross me out. What do you mean she has? You mean she has Maharaga? She controls him? I don't know yet. We just saw her summon the motherfucker. I don't know. She summoned the guy. He pulled up. He did the thing. And then he got blasted and he did one shot. So you already know that Maharaga's about to be a problem. You genuinely have to one-shot Maharaga, dude. You generally just have to one-shot it. And I'm not gonna lie, if I see Mahoraga pull up, and if I see the next chapter, Mahoraga got one shot, that fucking summon might actually just be one of the biggest frauds in all of fiction. But to be fair, Mahoraga, I don't know about all that because I haven't caught up with JJKM, but it sounds like she got Megumi's potential. Hey, listen, Megumi's potential. She's gonna be what? Potential woman? She's gonna be the next potential woman. Oh, 0 feet, 0 times used the what was it? 0 feet, 0 times used the 10 shadows. 7 times she's mentioned that she has some kind of like brain issues. Or 7 months she has left to live or some shit. I don't know. Tsunade is mid to low. Konan, Tayuya are the best girls? You put Tayuya up there with the best girls in all of Naruto? I'm sorry. That right there, I just cannot agree to that. I just can't I can't agree to that. We're not going by that. Unfortunate. We can't do that. Yuka might generally be the strongest character besides Yuji. Also potential MFTL scaling since Dabura can just spam lasers and likely light speed confirmed for Sukuna. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Like, listen, there's a lot of girls. Listen. I'm not saying that she is like the best character ever, and I'm not saying I'm just gonna put May. I'm not saying that she. Wait, I'm putting her in. I don't have the Naruto wiki up. Listen. I'm not saying that she's like the greatest female character in Naruto of all time. And she's got a pretty annoying ass like trope she's going on with like the whole like marriage thing. Kishimoto might be a fucking might be a misogynist on that front, but like, come on now. She doesn't look that great in Boruto, but in Naruto? Bruh. Would fill with cream 10 times out of 10. Would fill with cream 10 times out of fucking 10. Tamari, the last. Let me put up Tamari in the last. Tamari in the last? Yo, listen. She not it, man? Okay, but what about Tamari? Tamari in the last with this hairstyle, with these cute ass fucking ponytails? Yo, come on now. All I'm saying. Clip what? What are you guys gonna clip? What are you guys gonna clip? Oh shit, hold on. Did we forget about the one and only Anko? Anko? You mean Anko Boruto. You mean this lady? You mean this lady? Nah. You talking about Anko? Nah. No way. Yeah. To be fair, all of the trauma she must have gone for Orochimaru, all the trauma she went to, all the trauma she went through with Orochimaru. Listen, I'm not saying that she didn't eat her feelings out, and I'm not saying that like, listen, plus size people can't be attractive. I think that there are a couple out there that could be, but like that version of like, listen, they did Anko wrong with that turnaround. To be fair, she was enjoying a nice little snack, a little snackety snack. So can you really blame her? You can fix her? Yeah, you try that, buddy. You try that. You don't recognize Boruto? That's fair. What about what's another really goated? Oh. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah. I would totally allow her to make me a bowl of ramen. She looks absolutely wonderful. She seems to be able to deal with her father and shit like that, who gets very excited about ramen. Fantastic character here. Fed Naruto since they were kids. Big sister vibes. Just love her all around. Great, fantastic character. Always forget her name. We only see her in the anime for Boruto. Yeah, we only see her in the anime. Kubo answered a question about your MCM Jugram. Your man crush Monday Jugram. Apparently, he was sleeping irregularly in the 1,000-Year Blood War because, you know, if he sleeps, the Almighty is gone. That's so dumb. Naruto can't do anything against Itachi. I've pinpointed the Akatsuki leader's location. Yeah. Akatsuki leader's location. Yeah. You look taller. You haven't changed. Your eyes still cold. You're not going crazy to charge me like last time. You know nothing about me. How much hatred do you have to hold in your heart? How strong it made me? You know nothing. Meet me in the Uchiha hideout alone. Okay. Okay, then. Okay. My baby don't mess around unless she loves me dearly, cause I know for sure. Clap. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I know the lines to that song. I thought I told you all not to move until I gave the order. Karin says she sent another chakra in here. Follow me. We're leaving. Okay. Yeah, I really do like the architecture. Not in a place that like I would personally live in, but I think it's all right. Alright. There's kind of nothing for me to talk about. I just have to wait here until we get to Pain Arc. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can't wait for the new Black Clover anime news on December 21st and the new Black Clover chapters on January 6th. We're eating good. Yeah, I'm excited for them too, man. Most likely a 2026 release, though. Hopefully Black Clover's been getting worked on in the background so they can finish up and catch up with, like, the anime. Or at least, like, you know, make a couple of movies to, like, really just finish it out. Like, at this point, I just think Black Clover's just gotten cucked out. Since you're going to the Pain Arc now, let me find the rough estimates for Konoha. I think it's anywhere around, like, it has to be... I remember I had a panel about this. I remember having a panel about this. I think it was in the Sasuke retrieval arc? There was a panel. It's probably not Sasuke retrieval then. Let's check out Kazekage Rescue. There is a specific panel that actually shows like an estimate of like the Leaf Village versus the Forest of Death, I think. But if I don't see it anywhere here, then... what about Search for Tsunade? Is it somewhere around here? I know I downloaded it. I know for a fact I do own it. It's just... because, like, the Leaf Village has got to be, like, at least twice as big. So it's got to have, like, a radius of, like, 4 kilometers or something, right? The Leaf Village has to have, like, a radius of 4 kilometers. Fuck, man. What is it, Tenchi Bridge, then? Tenchi Bridge... no? It's definitely not Tenchi Bridge. Wow. I genuinely don't know. Okay. Let me know where you put them. Let me know in what channel you put them in. It's not in Search for Tsunade. It's not in Rasen Shuriken Training. Surely it's not. Surely it's not. Dude, I can't... this is so stupid. It's roughly 20 miles based off of Boruto. I know that you mentioned the size of, like, Boruto, that, like, 20... like, what was it? 20 miles out or like 10 miles out, they couldn't see them anymore, right? Something like that, Jeff? Okay. We are running out of way too much time. We are running out of way too much time here. You find that. I'll look for it. Okay, so yeah, you can find that. Just upload it and let me know like which channel it's in. Or just hit me up on like the Discord and we can do it there. And I will just click and click and click and click and click and click and click. Click and clack. So I got a question for you guys. So a friend of mine and I were talking and a friend of mine and I were chatting, right? We were having some conversations. And I think he and I were talking about like, I think it was Switzerland. It's like the Nordic, it's like those like Norse parts of like Europe, right? We were talking about it and I was like, you know what's funny? Like people from like depending on like what part of the world you're from, someone is always talking funny. And it was like, what the fuck does that mean? And I'm like, you know, people talk funny. People have like, depending on like the accent, not even just the accent, but just in general, like the different kinds of dialects and languages that we don't know about, and we probably don't have like an ear that is acutely accustomed to like understanding the small difference, like the small differences in like pronunciation or like, you know, grammatical terms that they can use within the context of like their languages. I'm like, you know, I think we were also playing Tekken at the time. Yeah, we were playing Tekken at the time. We were playing Tekken. This was from like, when the fuck was this? Definitely wasn't last week. Anyway, so we're talking about this, and I think we were talking about Tekken, and we were talking about like how all the characters have like different, how like all the characters have like different, whatchamacallit, they all have like different like languages that they use, but they can all still understand each other. And I'm just like, yo, some of these people just talk funny. And it was like, dude, that's kind of offensive. And I'm like, well, I'm not saying it like in an offensive way. I'm just saying like in the same way that the way that an American may talk, depending also on like the accent that the American might have, that might sound funny to a person from a foreign language, from a foreign land. Maybe one that like it is learning English, but like, let's say more of like a European style English. You know, with like a more of like a British accent, etc. You know, like it might sound funny. It's not to say that like I think that like people from specific cultures or whatever all talk funny. I think that like anybody from like any language sounds funny. It's just that at the same time I sound funny to them. And in the same way that like they can hear someone speak Spanish or speak Creole or French, etc. You could be like, well, yeah, they also sound funny. You know what I mean? I feel like it is just a matter of like, I think it's just a matter of like where you're from and like what you haven't heard of enough. I'll just find the panels for which are like 4 to 5 different panels, and you can get the rough idea of how big it is. Got you. You didn't have to write no ditty for that. I'm Jamaican, bro. We got one of the funniest accents. That's what I'm saying. It's like if I say, oh, Jamaicans talk funny, it's not to say that like, oh, I look down or whatever, or like I'm trying to say anything offensive about the way they talk. They sound like people sound funny in the same way that like you can say. In the same way that like you could say like a person with like, let's say, actually let's talk about Spanish for a second, right? Spanish has a ton of different like dialects and accents that you can go with. You have like the more European style Spanish accents from like Spain, where like the Z sounds have like a th sound to it, kind of like a th sound to it. And where like they also emphasize a lot more like their R's, and I think their H's and their H's, G's and J's. And in the same way, you also have like Dominicans, which like it's either Dominicans or Puerto Ricans, that they don't really roll their R's when they talk. Certain fractions of like Spanish, for example, I can say, oh yeah, Dominicans talk funny, or I can say Spanish people from like Spain talk funny. People from Spain, they talk funny, or like, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. Your English is funny, yeah. Like it all really just depends on like what. It all really just depends on like the. I feel like it also just depends on like the context by which you're like trying to say it. And like I don't say it in a way that's like I'm really trying to like offend anybody. I just say it like, you know, it just sounds funny. It sounds interesting. I think that's fine. As a Moroccan, dude, we have people from all over the planet, dude. We have people. You're from Morocco? That's so cool. I've had people from France. I've had people from Germany. Dude, this is so cool. You're Haitian, and people say we talk funny too, even though I was born in the States. Others say I talk differently. That's the thing, right? It's like I had a friend of mine. I had my cousin say, dude, you talk funny. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? I've been told that I have like our people's like dialect pretty well, you know? I have like the I know a lot of like the slang and all this stuff, but he's like, yeah, but like sometimes your Spanish also isn't perfect. Like you end up talking funny too sometime, or like a friend of mine, I think some of my friends from like high school, because they were Mexican, they're like, bro, you talk a really funny kind of Spanish. I'm like, I mean, fair shit. What am I supposed to tell you, right? Like sometimes people just sound funny to other people. As a Martian, I agree. Yeah, Martians talk funny. I don't think anybody's gonna sit here and say, oh man, Martians don't talk funny. Yeah, nothing you're saying is offensive. Sometimes people speak as unexpected. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that like it doesn't sound like blasphemy when somebody says like out of nowhere, oh yeah, that dude talks funny. I think it was one of the guys from like what is it, Tekken? What was his name? Tekken 8 cast. I remember I was picking up like a random character. I think he was like No, 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 no. Oh, Shaheen. Yeah, yeah. I played like Shaheen, and I remember when I was listening to him talk, I'm like, yo, I can't pick up on anything he says. I was like, yo, Shaheen sounds so funny when he talks. It just sounds like, I don't know, it just sounds weird to me. Cause like I don't know exactly what language he uses or if he uses like a specific kind of dialect, but I was like, I genuinely can't pick up on any of the sounds that he makes with it when he speaks. Like, I'm not trying to be offensive about it. It just sounds funny. But yeah, it was a funny, interesting little conversation. I think my friend Russians low key kind of funny too. Yeah, I think that Russians also are like some of those people that like. I like the accent. I actually really like a Russian accent, but when they're speaking like actual Russian, I think that it actually has like combinations of like I think some Latin. Somebody was making up. Fuck. It was. I think I was. It was. I think I either read it on the internet or I heard it from someone that like English is a combination of like Latin tongues with Russian and some other. I think it was like Spanish, French, Russian, and like some other dialect that like that's the combination of. Hey, French people don't sound dumb, dude. Listen, you and I both played Clair Obscura Expedition 33. I don't know about you. I played the game on I played like a small portion of like the first and second act on pure French sub on like just pure French language. Even I was like, okay, I like listening to it for a while. You can kind of like pick up on a couple of words since it does use the Latin roots as well, but it does have like but the way in like the grammar like the way that like they express certain words, especially when I think it's like their L's, I think it is, it definitely does make it sound a little interesting. We ass language, that's so crazy. As a Haitian, I can agree, that's so crazy. As a snake, I can say that being blessed by multiple tongues is hard. That's funny. That's funny. I thought about that, but in a different way. I think about my language sounds normal and other languages seem like alterations of English, but I realized that it's all a matter of perspective. Yeah, no, it's 100% a matter of perspective, right? Like, I couldn't even tell you how many like different kind of tongues and dialects they have in like let's say like a continent like Africa. But like I'm sure that like to even like to them like specific other tongues or like specific like languages that they all use that they may not translate directly to like let's say one of the other countries within the continent. I'm like maybe to them they might also sound funny. You know what I mean? Like their English might sound very normal to them, but then like the way that you and I talk, it might sound very funny. I think that's fine. I heard Russian, and now I think I'm that one kid that screamed "blot" in Minecraft. What the fuck? Indeed, the French sound dumb. I don't want to say that the French sound dumb. I don't agree with that. I do like the way that they do it. As a Moroccan, I can agree. The French, dude, this is not an anti-French stream. Why the fuck do people hate the French? You see, dissing the French as European culture. What the fuck? All right, as long as I don't get canceled for you guys dissing the French, I think I'll be fine. Though I don't know, man. Hey, listen, the French gave us Expedition 33 and baguettes. I think I'm perfectly fine with them. Also, escargot, I still think tastes like ass. Thought he was gonna say Leo. What the fuck? Leo? I don't know what that means. Alright. I have a French friend at uni. He said, yeah, diss them all you want. That's great. To be fair, you got like permission from like a French guy. I don't think I have that kind of permission. Yep, the French have worked hard for the privilege to be picked on this hard. Really. Remember, guys, we wouldn't have Cookie Clicker without the French. I mean, it's the French. What do you expect from us? Sure. You don't know enough about the French colonial history to realize how hated they are in global South. That's completely fair. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. It's like how like it's like how a lot of the way in the States, white people really get like a lot of shit just for being white. I guess. I usually try not to like really come at any specific group too much. I remember as a kid I used to be like, oh man, you can't say that, you're white. And then, eventually I'm just like, who gives a shit? Don't know where the French slander comes from, but it sounds like it's supposed to be a joke. Yeah, I know, I imagine it's definitely just a joke. My only ever like real big issue is just that like I just hope that like it doesn't personally like come to like bite me back in the ass just for having like these kind of conversations. I just think they're like little fun stuff to talk about while I'm clicking through fucking chapters and shit. By the way, there's like I don't know, man. There's what else do I even do here? It's because of their history. Yeah, I remember seeing Les Miserables and then thinking like, wow, they have a lot of shit going on like in France, especially with like the not the Renaissance, it was like the Revolution. Like Napoleon Bonaparte, was he before or after the Revolution? He was still like a king, right? Yeah, the French slander is all jokes. Even the French isn't on it. French slander comes from thousands plus years of European wars. In today's culture, we express the jokes about the French. Yeah. I mean, if the worst retaliation you're going to get from anybody is that, oh, hey, after, okay. If, like, the worst thing you're going to get about, like, the French... If someone has a French bird, the worst they're going to get is, like, oh, the retaliation we got it from, like, all of thousands of years of war and slaughter and all these things and colonization is, like, oh, people make jokes about this on this thing called the internet. I think that's fine. Is the reason for the revolution, and technically before. Yeah, okay. Hey, you can't be a bit smoother. I am ungraceful. Okay. Okay. Jiraiya brings the honorable Senin Modu. Child of prophecy. Yeah. Remember when we thought Naruto was just about war and strife and all this shit and ended up becoming about aliens? I don't know, French music is kind of fire. If there are any songs in France that are anything even remotely close to the shit I've heard in Claire Obscura, Expedition 33, the French got some shit going on with their music. That shit is fire. Leo is the boy/girl German character. No. I was talking specifically about like Shaheen, I think it was. Because I remember trying out Shaheen. I really fuck with Shaheen as a character. He's really cool. I was just like, and I think he actually loses. Is it a turban? The thing on his head is a turban, right? I think he loses it. I think he loses it like when he takes like enough hits in the middle of a fight. I don't know if there's like a mechanical change for it though. French cuisine is also great. I've tried French cuisine. I couldn't really find anything that like it genuinely like called me out. Maybe I've heard that like French cuisine when it comes to like their pastries is honestly like top tier. And I remember I remember tasting some like French baked goods that I ended up really enjoying. I think personally, since I don't really have the biggest sweet tooth, my enjoyment of it mostly boils down to like just the pastries and stuff like that, just because I've had like escargot and other stuff. It's nothing that like really calls out. I remember like towards the end of our time there, I ended up actually having like just a lot of McDonald's for no reason other than like it was cheap and it was the only place still open late at night when we used to get back into like our room. Look, he has the best music in the entire video game industry. Only baguette is inferior to the proper German bread. What is the proper German bread? Educate me, please. I would love to know. Cause I'm not the biggest fan of bread, but like a good nice slice of bread with some prosciutto and like some tomato, something like simple. Especially if I can just toast it just a tad bit more, is always nice. Especially with like or like French toast. French baguette the best? Yeah, I would agree. Bread hard enough to need its own cutting machine. Ooh, true. Ooh, what are the French gonna say about that? They do have an entire type of bread that is so rough, they need a specific kind of cutting machine for it. Ooh, ah. The choices we make. Let's see. Whoa, Metal Gear Revengeance exists, bro. Top music spot is taken. Hard bread is better, healthier. Really? I'm not really a fan of like very hard bread. I'm not really a fan of it, and I'm not really a fan of like soft bread either. I like a nice like in between. I like a little crisp to it. What's the research for? Naruto versus Luffy. I'm finally doing Naruto versus Luffy, so I have to get as many things out. So I'm probably just gonna download chapters and then work on it tomorrow. We're just going straight click mode. I'm kind of over reading. I'm just gonna do chapter clicks, and hopefully this is enough for me to get through the last bit. Hot water, as weird as it seems, is also healthier. I've heard of that. I know that cold water isn't. It's not always good to drink cold water. I think it's because like it messes with like your internal temperatures or something like that. I don't know, man. Also, Jiraiya got his arm ripped out, which is crazy. Don't know about hot, but yes, warm. should try banh mi bread. I've tried naan. I'm not sure if it's anything like that. I do like naan. Banh mi bread. I've never had something like that. What kind of bread is it from? Maybe I can find like a restaurant or something around where I live that can probably procure it. The colder the water, the fresher the taste. Do you want the mods to get scans for the war arc? Lapis, if you'd like to help me out, actually, Lapis, I'd appreciate that. If you want to help me out with war arc stuff, basically anything between chapter 620, Lapis. Let me just at you for this. Lapis. Room temperature water, in my opinion, is the best kind of water. 620 through 680. Just to show you again, Lapis. Just to show you again, if you want to help out, just Weeb Central, just save. Just save the images as they are. Don't type anything, don't change anything, just leave them as they are. Yeah, no need to reformat them or do anything. It's completely fine. We're only traveling in order to prevent interference. That's fine by me. I already have Punk Hazard. Let me see. The library. Let's do... Yes, you already have it. Yes, we already have it. We already have Punk Hazard. Alright, so we don't need Punk Hazard then. We don't need Punk Hazard. Hopefully this is everything. I trust that it is. Yeah, you guys are... Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you so much, Lapis. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. It's going to save that. Let me just check out downloads. And then let's check out... The fuck was this for again? I don't know. Okay. And then let's open up One Piece. Punk Hazard. Let's do like a medium icon. What the fuck? But doesn't it like... It's so weird. I guess these files aren't good? Ungloving? What the fuck is gloving? These... 6, if you still want to do Punk Hazard, can you do 680 through 682, please? That's so weird. Why is it like that? So strange. Having a gloving match with me, I'll deglove you easily. What the fuck does that mean? What chapters? 655 through 657. 655 through 657, and wasn't it like 670 what? 680 through 682. 80 through 682. 67, 67. Well, I said 657. I didn't say 67. Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys so much for helping me out with this. This just makes this so much easier. I can't believe I bumped into Konoha, folks, of all people. Okay. Naruto cracks, weave. Just kidding. I said 670. All right, fair enough. 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 I did say it. I did say it. It means he's gonna circumcise you. What the? Why would you do that? Why would you do such a thing to me? What did I do to you that makes you want to do that to me? That is not what it means. I don't know, man. The internet guy is telling me that that's what it means. Wow, Six, you really want to do that? That's so crazy. That's so crazy you'd like to do that to me, man. I don't know. Who said Eon was uncut? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? What the fuck? Sure, I guess. Sure. Okay. We'll save. Get back for Bungus. Sure. But that has nothing to do. Alright. Alright, I don't need any of this crap. I don't need any of this crap. I don't need any of this crap. We now deskin Eon. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Bungus is going to cut Eon? No one is going to cut me. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Gloving is as in the sport. The extremely dangerous and intense sport. Getting devolved means you... Degloved, I think you mean. Means you lose your privilege to glove after losing. Okay, so what exactly does one do in this sport? What exactly does one do? How does one deglove? Are you including the novelers, or are you exclusively sticking to the manga? Exclusively sticking to the mangas because I'm going everything from chapter 1 through 700 and chapters 1 through 1100 and like 15 or some shit. Listen, 1150 something. Also has a medical meaning where you lose a lot of skin, like after a motorcycle accident where you scrape on the pavement. Jesus Christ. If we didn't have this secret of ours, we couldn't have won. Let's make sure to extol our former... But otherwise, show yourself. Interruption, Madra, in order to hide the... When Interruption Madra had ordered me to hunt the Ninetales, now I'm going to see a different battle. Yeah, okay. I'll send you lore videos without your consent, don't worry. Alright, you glove, Eon. You glove. Degloving happens when you lose. When have I gloved? Can you give me an example of some kind that proves that I've gloved? Because I can't say I've done something that I've never done. You know what I mean? Like, what is the logic in that? Does Kuzan wipe or let it crust? Kuzan can chip it off. Kuzan specifically doesn't have to worry about it because he can just chip it off. It's a joke on TikTok. Gloving isn't... No, I'm aware it's a fucking joke. You're not in my basement. I don't even have a basement. I don't have a basement, so you definitely can't be there. And I'm also aware it's a joke. I'm just trying to see if you can explain to me what it is. You gosh darn kids and your music and your gloving and your TikToks and all your internet trends and what have you. You didn't make a basement. You definitely didn't make a basement. That you know of? That I know of. Alright, sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. This moment was pretty fucking cold. Kuzan always has phantom wipes. What the fuck does that mean? What is a phantom wipe? Why do you guys like talking about wipes so much? Also, baby wipes, I'm not gonna lie. Wanna go sklibble? No, but I like Googling. I like Googling. I love to Loogle. Anyway, if I were a schmaloogle, I would definitely be oogling and Googling. Phantom wipe is when you wipe your ass and nothing's on the paper. You guys just find ways. It's a man's dream. I phantom wipe all the time then. All the fucking time then. Dude, I love scribbling with you. No, I don't scribble. I don't scribble, man. I never said I did anything like that. Never did anything of the sorts. I've never heard of such a thing. I specifically like to oogle and gloogle. Bidet and soap supremacy? I did hear bidets are more sanitary. Does the Raikage wipe or let it crust? The Raikage definitely wipes. Why do you think he calls himself the fastest shinobi in the world? Because he's the fastest wiper. Clearly. Because narratively speaking, we all know that Haku was already the speed of light and the Raikage is almost the speed of light. When he said that he is the fastest shinobi in the world and there is no living shinobi faster than me, it's because he has the fastest wiping method. How do you think he was able to crack Sasuke so hard with his lateral bolt chop of pain? It's all in the motion of the whatchamacallit. It's all in the motion of the elbow, my friend. Was gloving. I was not. What the? All right. All right. Lets it evaporate. No, with the Raikage, it chips off when he uses lightning release. It just crusts right off when he uses. Jesus. Actually, you know what? I don't even want to say it. That shit's just gross. Raikage def lets it crust. Where do you think the lightning comes from? Under what ounce of logic does lightning come from the crust of his ass? Gas. What the fuck is wrong with you? The one time Itachi just straight up fucking crashed out on Sasuke. Stop dodging the gloving 1v1. Alright, explain to me, how does one glove? Explain to me, how does one glove? Does Chad definitely doesn't even wipe and he doesn't let it crust. Chad simply hovers. Chad simply hovers and hopes every single time that he gets all of it out. He spreads his butt cheeks, specifically. Stop asking me these questions, by the way. Just drop. Stop asking me these questions, Jesus Christ. Then I wonder why I can't get any more fucking subscribers. No, that's mean. Let's drop the topic on something of us are trying to eat. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, can you guys please stop? Yeah, please. I can't explain the secrets of glove. So how do you expect me to join you if I can't understand what the secrets of gloving are? So fast he can wipe his ass. All right. We're done with the conversation. We're done with anything related to crust or all that stuff is just out of the question at this point. Karamarasu hurt Ace. I mean, Akainu's magma was hot enough to hurt Ace. So probably. It might be a concept of heat at that point. Yeah, probably. If you think it's as hot as the sun, then sure. Although Ace is capable of making a miniature star. Now, granted, which you think... Now, depending on what you think is like, hotter between Ace's small star or the sun, it's also kind of up to you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you which is right or which is wrong. Kishimoto is always so fucking afraid to draw like the empty socket. Caesar pulls up in JJK. Who's going to stop him? That is also a very good question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Caesar's soul can be attacked? Do you think Caesar's soul can be damaged by like a curse technique? Did you experience Poseidon's kiss lately? No, what the fuck is Poseidon's kiss? What are you guys talking about? It better not be something gross. Sun level because it upscales Akainu? Alright. Chozo is outer, he negative Caesar? Alright. You know what, Bob? You have this debate with them. Sure. Have this debate with Six about outer Chozo. Sure, why not? I assume the Kainu just used some hockey. No, he specifically states something about like his magma burning Ace's fire or something like that. What the fuck is Poseidon's kiss? Pretty sure. No, all right. No, we're not talking about this anymore. Nope. I appreciate you mentioning that. I appreciate it, but if it's that, listen, we have some people eating here. What did I do to deserve this? What did you do to deserve what? Nobody said you deserved anything. Just saying. People are asking the whole Caesar. You asked the Caesar clown stuff. You can't remove all our messages. The fuck I can. It's called timing people out. Listen, I'm just asking you guys not to talk about anything gross. If the people are here honestly eating food, as someone who also doesn't like hearing gross shit while he's eating, I'd probably ask you guys to like, just listen. Talk about talk about debating outer JJK. Oh yeah, you can totally debate outer JJK. As a matter of fact, yo, debate him on that. You got it, Bob. I believe in you. Square up, little bro. Make a whole thesis, little bro. Counter his claim, little bro. Come on. Debunk him, little bro. Come on. Yeah. You don't think JJK is actually outer? Are you gonna concede to Six that JJK is outer? Come on, bro. You got this, bro. I got you. Yeah, let's do it. I want to hear it. Break down his logic. I'll even post the whole fucking. I'll even post the stream live for everybody to listen to while I clean my house on the side, since I'm planning on cleaning right after this. You first, little bro? No, you do it, little bro. You were the one who brought up the question, little bro. Come on now, little bro. Come on, you got it. You got it, big chief. You got it, big chief. Come on, big man. Big dog, big man, big dog, yeah. Debate him on outer JJK. Come on, it's easy. You just prove him wrong on why he thinks JJK isn't outer. How about that? Yeah, let's. I want to see you do some master debating. Come on. I'm pretty sure you guys are some of the best master debaters in our entire Discord. After all, that's why we gave you like the mod status, right? Because you guys are masters at debating. You guys are fantastic debaters. Okay, I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. And I don't need this. Let's see what I do need and what I don't need. I definitely don't need these. Definitely don't need these. I would love to see JJK versus Chainsaw Man. Yeah, anything JJK versus Chainsaw Man up until the latter half of Chainsaw Man, where apparently they have a sword of Michigan. At that point, I think it probably just does start to outscale JJK just a tad bit. Now, personally, if you guys want me to listen, I'll be honest. Actually, someone might actually just have to straight up pay me to do Chainsaw Man, because I can go back and read it, but I don't think I'm gonna scale it. I don't know. Making this joke, but ducking the Poseidon. What the fuck is Poseidon's kiss? Explain to me what Poseidon's kiss is. And I swear to God, if it's something gross, I'm gonna crash out. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I've been hearing good stuff from people. I don't know. If I have to, it's not gross. Don't explain it. If it's gross, oh, it is gross. All right, then don't fucking explain it. I'm not dodging it then. I just don't want to listen to gross shit. How about that? All right. No, don't explain it. Oh, you explained it, but you weren't ready. Okay. So if that was the explanation, then I just rather not know. The Michigan sword is scaled to continental. So Michigan is a continent? So now a state is a continent? I guess I could easily get One Piece to planetary then. All right, boys, we done it. If a state is a continent, then we got One Piece to planetary, boys. Woo! All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to... No, I'm talking about Calix. Oh, okay. Fair enough. If we're talking Calix, then fair enough. Don't mind me. Ignore what I said. Ignore everything that I said. I mean, we're planetary scaling for Chainsaw Man with the Falling Devil. Oh, okay, fair enough. One Piece has been planetary. Naruto is multiversal. Listen, I might actually have to talk about the Naruto multiverse meta in the video. No, I'm not doing that. I'm taking a very low end and deliberate scaling for both series. I only like to scale by like low ends. The low end is like the hardest thing you can argue, but I don't know how I feel about Chainsaw Man planetary scaling. Yeah, the Falling Devil is able to disable the gravitational force of Earth. The only person who believes multiversal Naruto is Noodles. Yeah, I've seen the video too. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that like I haven't at least seen what the scaling is for. My only issue with it is just that like, or I guess I should say my biggest scaling issues with it is just that, like, you have to go by, like, the movies, and you just essentially have to believe that creating a dimension with the tailed beasts is less impressive than just summoning a giant tree and putting the whole world into genjutsu. Because, like, okay, let's say we take, like, the universal meta for, like, what it is, right? 7 of the 8-tailed beasts were used to create the semi-infinite Tsukuyomi, or the imperfect Tsukuyomi, or whatever the fuck it's called. But then by that very logic, there is nothing within the context of the actual manga that implies that using the perfect Tsukuyomi is even more impressive than that. The infinite Tsukuyomi is more impressive than that. So, and it creates a bit of a dichotomy, or a bit of like of an issue where, like, the jutsu with less tailed beasts technically has a much higher ceiling than the actual feat that would be performed from just having all nine-tailed beasts. It's self-contradictory in and of itself. If you go over low multi Naruto, then you have to go to multi plus Luffy. I know, in the Montdoor stuff. I'll even say it in the video. The way that I have, no, it does not equal create a destruction, but hey, listen. But I'm going by like the logic that if it did, right? I'm going by like the logic that if it did. It then kind of creates like this really weird stipulation too, where like, if you go with the Naruto universal meta, and I will be mentioning in the video, that's the thing, Six. I've already planned on doing it. I've already got the whole argument made up. If you go into the, I'm probably even gonna like throw in some stuff from like Steinixos' video and just like, talk about it within the context of, I'll probably use it. I think he was using it within like the context that if the movie was canon. I want to be at least fair to him, but also going within like the context that, if you allow Naruto the universal stuff, then you have to allow One Piece, the Montdoor stuff, which just scales them to like multiversal based on how powerful Luffy is in comparison to Montdoor and how much weaker he is in comparison to Katakuri, and then just all the M's that Luffy gets. Like, it's just fucking stupid. I can use more proof of Devil Fruit scaling to the users if you need it. I would appreciate it. Just DM it in Discord, and I'll probably throw it in. I'll let you know if I'll throw it in, actually. He traveled through space without weaving his size. Ninjas that passes the Hokage. He erased his entire body. Yeah. This is interesting. Kiba actually taking damage from hitting the ground itself. That's actually not a good look for Kiba. Alright. Uta is the only somewhat confirmed planetary Devil Fruit user. Well, no, Whitebeard would be confirmed if we're going by all of the different statements. But no, well, I wouldn't make her dimensional or anything, because her Devil Fruit works by putting anybody who listens to her to sleep, right? It puts anybody to sleep, specifically. She essentially created a massive about 10 kilometers. I see a chart for somewhat. Yeah. She essentially created a massive concert where people all around the world listen to her, and her ability also transfers, and her ability also seems to transfer through snails. So any kind of sound that you hear from Uta, specifically, any sound that you hear from Uta specifically will put you under it. So she has the noodles fruit. I don't know about that, but sure. Earth style Earth Splinter. You can proceed now. I'm alright. Follow up. That's ridiculous. Just because in the manga the database say multiple times doesn't make it planetary. Now I'm going to interpret vague Naruto third-hand databook statements as universal. Yeah, it doesn't matter if something's stated blatantly multiple times to be planetary. I mean, why would it be planetary, right? Are we just trying to be biased? Are we just trying to upscale One Piece? Like, it's clear One Piece upscaling. Dude, I love those arguments. I actually do like them. Like, after a certain point, like with the whole 6-7 thing, it just becomes... The village is big as fuck. Okay, I found all the panels and I was wrong. The village is big as fuck. Yeah, I was thinking the village was big as fuck. The panel that I found a while back about, like, the hidden leaf. Let me see if it's in the... Fuck, I know it's in pre-time skip. I just don't fucking know which part of pre-time skip is it. Okay, let's go to tuning exams first. Tuning exams. It's definitely after... It's definitely after... this portion of the tuning exams. It's definitely after this portion of the exams. Because from the panel that I found before, just from like comparison of like the Forest of Death to the Hidden Leaf Village, assuming that it is like 20 kilometers like wide, it would at least be at twice as big as the leaf. Okay, so it's not in shooting exam, so let's try search for Tsunade again. Because, like, the part here that's pissing me off is that I know for a fact it's in a cover page. Unless it's just straight up in the cover pages. Skypiea, Thriller Bark, Elbap. No, that's One Piece. Fuck. Naruto covers? Maybe in the covers? No, it's not in the covers. I didn't save it into the covers. That was just stupid on my end. Why didn't I save it to the covers? Like, I'm really trying to be as thorough about this as possible. Like, I'm not going to try to downplay, like, the size of the Leaf Village and anything, but it also means that, like, Kurama's tailed beast bomb wouldn't have blown up the entirety of the village. As a matter of fact, that would just by proxy mean that Pain's almighty push has a larger destructive range than the tailed beast bomb. Up loading right now. Give me a few minutes. It's fine. But what I'm specifically trying to find, it's not that. What I'm specifically trying to find is a specific panel from the manga. It's a specific panel from the manga that shows the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village, or at least shows a large portion of it, but it doesn't, and it shows like the Forest of Death in the side, in the background. Ugh, this is so annoying. Oh yeah, because Shino never's lost a fight, I guess. By the way, congrats on Sukun and Kaido's short success. Really? It's been doing well? I kind of stopped checking at midnight. Gotta go work tomorrow. Yeah, good day. I hope you have a good one, man. Sweet kisses from Poseidon? Sure. Ichiraku beats a solid chunk of the One Piece verse if he gives Luffy a free bowl of food. I suppose. See ya. Dude, I swear on everything that I love that I could... Ah, so annoying I can't find this fucking flick anymore. I'm gonna have to check over, like, my last stream, possibly. I'm gonna have to check over, like, the last few streams that I made. Oh no, Sasuke found out the truth. Oh no, Sasuke, guys, Sasuke found out the truth about this over here. Sasuke found the truth. He's crying. Do I have the Pain arc separate? Let me just double check that real quick. Pain, okay. I'll just throw in the entire Pain assault. Assault on Konoha. Pain assault on Konoha. Alright. I think I'm going to be done here. Yeah, I'm done with this. Alright, I'm done. I'm done for the day. But I did want to show you guys something. I did want to show you guys something really quickly. So if you'll just give me 1 second. I'll show you guys something pretty cool. Still waiting on the 30% commission. I don't know if they've done, like, well per se. I know that some of them have gotten, like, a higher number of views. I'm not done yet. I did want... For those of you that are interested in checking out Clair Obscura Expedition 33, I wanted to actually show off my final fight against the hardest boss in the game, Simon. I didn't really get a lot of chances to show this kind of stuff off, but I think it'd actually be pretty cool. Because I'm actually really excited about, like... I'm actually just really excited about it. Like, I think I did a pretty decent job, all things considered. Alright. Let me pull this up for myself. You guys should be seeing the background now. Okay, let me just show you guys something real quick, and then I'll end off stream. When you do the Naruto, when you think, hopefully before the end of this, but at its worst, it's not a gaming stream more, so I just wanted to show you guys my my response, my fight with Simon, because that shit was something else. I think I lose. Yeah, no, I lose here. So Here's a mechanic that you guys might not know of. Right? So, within the context of this specific fight between Simon, he has an ability to actually remove everyone from the campus. The implications, power scaling wise, for this game essentially just makes it so that Simon potentially has the power to just straight up remove you from the verse itself. If you like Claire Obscura, Drock Show did an amazing video on it and its themes. I'll probably check it out later. Alright, so it's around here, I think. He also has the power to just set your life to like 1 HP. Okay, here it is.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just wipes you straight from the fucking campus.
Right?
It's an look. It's an instant one shot on your whole party. You cannot parry it. You cannot do anything to it. That is the whole point of this, right? So now, I go back into the fight again against Simon. He destroys space by powering up, yeah. By the way, Six, this is my build for Verso. This is my build for Verso currently.
Hopefully Gomage one-shots.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to do more damage than a Gomage.
This is phase 1, by the way. This is like the easy phase against Simon. So, the basic setups for this build is to essentially build up as much burn and mark damage on Simon so that the next time I hit him, I deal as much damage as possible.
I can get to the...
And then with Lune, I have something slightly different using the recent weapon that you get for Lune in Verso's drafts, which essentially allows me to
as long as it makes sense.
Turn all of Lune's abilities into darkness, and then the next time I use an attack that requires abilities from her, it basically does a effervescent fuck ton of damage. Yeah, no, Ubisoft is definitely... Yeah, the new weapon is very good. The new weapon is very good. You'll see. You'll see. I fucked up one of those attacks, but it doesn't matter. This was never going to do... This game looks tough. What the fuck? It is very tough, and this is the hardest boss in the game, by the way. I already said that. My bad. It is very tough. You can sort of...
Wow, that one-shots me. Fantastic.
You can parry almost anything in the game besides a very few specific number of attacks. But it is a lot of fun to, like, go through. It is really a lot of fun to go through. And also, this boss, Simon, also has a specific mechanic where he doesn't just, like, remove the whole party from the end of the game. He doesn't just remove the whole party from the fight and forcibly ends the fight for you. He also has an ability that if a character is dead on his next turn, and if they're not revived at the start of his next turn, he can just straight up remove them from the canvas, which means you cannot revive them either. It took me a while to, like... come across, like, a strategy that I felt comfortable with going against, because I essentially had to get my characters up to level 99, or at least see Mael, the strongest character in the game. It takes a while to do it. Get yourself a partner that speaks to you as well as Eon speaks of Claire Obscura. It's a good game, man, I'm telling you. And also, by this point, my Verso is also dealing more damage to Simon than he was before thanks to this. The combo S going crazy, though. Yeah. We also heal Minoko, so that way I don't have to worry about Minoko getting one shot since he's my tank. So, this is Lightning Dance. This attack does a lot of damage, but usually it does not. But against Simon specifically, thanks to the new SKA weapon, it deals enough damage to essentially rip down his life in half. I just did what Ichigo does when I fought him, just spam.
Simon should not be an issue. Simon should not be an issue round 1.
I just did what Ichigo does when I fought him, I just spammed. You've beaten Simon, Jeff? Okay, this is round 2. This is when Simon is truly going all out, and I think he has about 60 million health. Bleach versus Claire Obscura Expedition 33? Yeah, I know. Bleach gets wrecked. Yuhabaha gets wrecked. They don't do anything. They don't do anything. Yuhabaha wants to do some stupid shit with his fucking future sight. Parry. Everything they just do just gets straight up parried. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They literally have characters in this verse that just wipe you from existence. It's not some shit like Yuhabaha where he's gonna crumble all 3 realms together into one and kill everybody along with or whatever. No. They literally just wipe you from existence. That is what the Gomage is. It's fucking crazy.
Coming back to life from here on out.
There's problems trying this game day one, which there were fixed. Ours, mines didn't look close to this in terms of quality. Are you playing it on PC? Because something I've learned is that a lot of times when games come out on PC, especially like around the time when they're supposed to come out, they're just ass.
Okay.
So I'll also show you guys that Simon has like some crazy fucking feats here, man.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
By the way, if you guys hear me talking to somebody, that is my lady friend that I've been playing through the entire game with. She was watching me go through this after spending 6 to 8 hours fighting against Oskio, the DLC boss, and the strongest DLC boss. It was crazy.
Okay.
No, Xbox Series X, but I saw others with the same console, less problems for the bloom was insane. Nothing was sharp in the FOS. Frames per second were constantly dropped. I don't know, man. Maybe they dropped something a patch that fixed through it. I genuinely don't know what to tell you on that, and I'm sorry that like you went through that, Memento, but I've had 0 issues with the game since I got it.
Echo gets to go again.
Okay, so we'll just skip through here a little bit.
Not terrible.
Oh yeah, and this is all of his attacks. They all do a second hit in between. It's fucking bullshit, dude. A lot of his attacks are bullshit. This shouldn't be too hard to parry. I just never got a chance to like really learn it because I decided, hey, fuck it, I'm gonna fight Simon on my own. Also, this is what I meant when I said he removes characters from the canvas. Because he went again, he just straight up took my character out of here.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, and this literally just says verbatim, he attacks at light speed.
This attack is such bullshit, by the way. Can I just say that?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude.
It is.
My entire thought process through this, by the way, was actually something that clicked. Very late into my last attempt, which was instead of using Mael, the character that can do the most single shot damage in the game, to essentially one shot Simon. Why not? If I can't one shot him instead, why don't I go a different route and instead do the damage to finish him off towards the end? If you haven't tried Expedition 33, yeah, we recommend it. 6 and I definitely do recommend it. I don't know if it's the greatest game of all time, but it's definitely one of the best games I've ever fucking played, and that comes from a guy that like only got into Souls-likes post 2020, post pandemic. Also, I'm dealing like a million's worth of damage just by using free aim, which when you start off the game, it's like the lowest damage output that you can do. This game really does let you play the game however the fuck you want, and I love this build for Verzo. This entire build for me right now is entirely designed around the fact that I want to keep Verso specifically alive for as long as possible because he's the only character I necessarily need to like fight through Simon.
Oh my god.
And also making sure that he loses turns every single time. Yeah. And she's also doing a fuck ton of damage now, especially with the combination of the dark element plus all of her stains.
Not light speed. Perfect.
The music is crazy, by the way. Yeah, I couldn't parry all of them, man. I couldn't parry all of them. The final fight was so good. Yeah, I hope that it is good. Oh, of course, I'm gonna probably go in there and try to take out the final boss with just Mael. I might try out this build real quick, but I might just throw Mael into my party. I also did a really funny thing for this fight against Simon that you guys will see in a second. This is also one of the weapons that you can get from Eskie. To give you guys context, so you guys see how like my letter grade keeps going from A back down to D? Verso has a mechanic that allows him that depending on how many parries and attacks you do on a boss, it'll slowly fill up your perfection meter until you get up to S rank. And in S rank, I think you deal upwards of like 200 to 300%, somewhere around those ranks, right? I think it's 200%, but don't quote me on that. This new weapon allows Verso to gain this status called Oriole, which allows Verso to gain 1 instant free revive no matter what. So as long as I can get Verso to... Wait, is this the DLC? No. This is Simon. Yes, there are DLC bosses now. So one of them is specifically named Oskio. Just go near the final area where you fight the final boss on the map, near the giant tower. It's to the right of it. It's to the right of it. It's very good. It's also a very nice location to fight in. So as you can see, when Verso dies, his break gauge immediately fills up, and then I just have to revive Verso and get back to his turn. As long as I can always get back to... This is where the cheese of this build comes in. As long as I can always get back to a turn with Verso, where I can deal enough damage to get back to S rank, and then stat all the way back down to D rank or whatever, I'll get Oriole, and then I will always revive back to back to back. This game is so fucking five-head with the ways that you are allowed to make builds. So now with Lune, is it really cheesy? No, it's not a cheese build. I don't think it's a cheese build per se at all. Yeah, this was terrible. I didn't
thing that could possibly fucking happen for me.
So, for those of you that can't tell right now, I'm trying to do Lightning Dance to deal as much damage as Simon, but this requires 7 AP. Now, because I only have 5 AP with Lune at this point, I really don't have many options here, so my next option is to just sort of... Let's see what I do.
That fucking blows. Nope. Does break damage. It does not do, yeah.
Yes, I believe that specifically with the painters, you can argue inaccessible damage, and on the low end, you can argue light speed scaling for the characters if they're able to, since they're hypothetically allowed to tank straight through, what's his face. But I also have right here, 3 gradient strikes, so I basically just spend it all on using Skybreak with Lune, which is her ultimate gradient attack, which deals like a quarter of Simon's health and also breaks him.
I cannot go Maj him.
Yeah, I can't go Majim after this point, but it's completely fine. It's all about just building up as much gradient again so I can get to the next round. So with Verso here, it's all about build up. Dude, if they made a mecha game like this, I would lose my fucking shit. I would love a mecha game like this. So now my whole goal is just to get to Orel again, which we just got. All here, I basically just have to keep just pushing Simon into this next point and then making him lose turns by forcing him to stay stunned. As long as he attacks Verso every single time, which he's just so happen to do here, Verso revives at the end of his attacks, I just basically don't have to worry about it anymore. Because now Verso revives, every single time Verso revives now, I get an instant turn. And because Verso revives, I can just break him again and just do it all again. This is so cheesy, dude. I would probably say it's cheesy, but not really. I basically just played the game with all the mechanics that it intended me to do it, and Simon really does break a lot of the mechanics of the games. No Cell of Moon taking 0 damage. I don't know about tanking it through nothing. I don't know about base Luffy tanking a Moon level attack like that. It's depending on the version of Luffy that you're talking about. Depending on the version of Luffy we're talking about, maybe. If you're saying like early Luffy, where I'm currently at, yeah, no. He can't do it. But later Luffy's probably, yeah. Okay. So now all I have to do here is... Oh no, he just wipes me out from the game. Just wipe me out from the fucking game. But here's the bonus. Because I didn't lose all of my characters and I didn't go into my reserves, you have to send your reserve party at this point. You cannot get to it. Also, you guys might have just noticed my character died. This is Claire Obscure Expedition 33, the game of the year. So, if you guys might notice, let me show you guys again for those of you that might not have been able to tell. I have to send in my reserves, which means I have to send in my last 2 party members. You have 5 party members total. So when I send reserves, you see this character right here, pay attention to her. This was genius on my end. That is CL. Now, CL is a character, now, around Expedition 33, around your first run, for any of you, you're gonna have at least 1 or 2 characters that are not that built up, as well as everybody else. For me, CL was one of them. I don't think she's a bad character, I just cannot get as much out of her as somebody who's put in more time. Now, I put in a Pictos, a skill on CL that allows me to have her die as soon as she enters battles. There is... If you could use her right. I believe that, but I don't give a shit. I could not figure out a way that I liked using CL, and even with Cheater, I feel like she takes way more setup than every other character. I don't personally give a shit about CL. I don't think she's a bad character, but personally, I've tried to use her, especially in the DLC. I tried to use her for a bit. I've liked her more now that I have like more stuff to mess around with, but she's just not a character that I care to use a lot. The reason why I have CL go into auto death is because there are a series of items within the context of the game called Last Stand, and these items buff the fuck out of your stats and give you just all around stat buffs and bonuses just for being the last character standing. In this case, it's Mael. Yeah. My reserve team is Monoko and CL, but I don't know how to get damage out of Monoko at all. He's just, I know he has nutty damage, I don't know how to get the nutty damage with him either. It's fine. I think that they're probably better off, at least when I go into New Game Plus, I'll probably run Monoko a bit more, just to like get as much out of him as I can. But I also want to finish up Monoko's skill tree. Anyway, so this was like 5 head on my end, because by letting CL die, I get all of my bonuses with Mael, and Mael also deals... I also have a special item on her that specifically lets her deal more damage specifically on the first hit that she does, on the first attack. So watch this. So I use this ability called Last Stance, which push me into Virtual Stance. And as you guys can read right here, Virtual Stance says plus 200% damage dealt. So I'm doing, so right now, I cannot do more damage than this. This is called Stendhal.
Let's go! Yes! Ah!
63,000 damage, ladies and gentlemen. 63 million damage. And my highest hitting attack, which was this move, dealt 26 million damage. This was the rest of my reaction. This was the rest of my reaction. Give it 1 second.
More handsome! More talented! Steak is butterier! Juice is juicier! My crops are more fucking bountiful! My dick is bigger! I get more bitches! Fuck, man!
I said my steak is more buttery and my juice is juicier. I don't know what to say, man. My crops are more bountiful. I'm just that guy. I'm just that fucking guy. I set up once I saw that Simon bled, once I sat there and saw Simon bled, bro, it only took, I went out of my way. That's what I'm saying. You have more power on Rise of Kingdoms. That's what I'm saying, bro. I have more power on Rise of Kingdoms. I'm at my elo on Bird Game 3 is higher. Like, all I'm saying is, dude, listen, when a boss bleeds, when I find the moment where a boss bleeds and where I have a shot at winning, I smash my head against the wall until I fucking win. Simon was a wall that had me come back for hours and hours and hours on end. And that doesn't even go to the shit that I had to go through with fucking Oskio. I don't want to spoil Oskio for you guys, so I don't think I want to do that, but... by the way, this is a portion of like the DLC. This is really cute, but I don't want to spoil Oskio unless you guys are okay with it. But the Oskio stuff was also pretty fucking sick, man. A hummingbird main cannot flex. Nah, I'm allowed to flex, dude. I'm allowed to flex. After beating a hummingbird main, is allowed to flex when they beat fucking Simon. All right, so I'm not gonna spoil any more for that then for you guys. I'm gonna leave it there. Let me just close up. All right, guys. That'll be the end of it for me. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Let me see. Let me actually see my own screen real quick because I'm not looking at the right thing yet. Okay. That's it for me, guys. I'm probably just going to leave it there. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your nights. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you guys to the mods specifically for helping me out, and to Jeff as well for helping me get all of the scans. I'd appreciate if you guys can help me get all the scans by like Friday. I'll do the rest of Naruto tomorrow. Tomorrow we will finish Naruto. I don't give a shit. I should have most of the Great Shinobi War stuff. But besides that, guys, take care of yourselves. Drink some water. Treat people with kindness. And as always, I'll catch you guys on the next time. Peace out. W stream, W community, and just W all around. I'll do Amazon. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I'll download it all tomorrow.